This is Justin Baxley coming from the social media lab here at the University of Florida with Sports Lab Overtime. I'm joined today by Lauren McGill. Lauren is one of the superstars over in the INC, done a lot of really great work for us on the Sports Lab, which you can watch every day from 2 to 4. At 2 o'clock, it's Kevin Winter, and then from there we have two of our stars from the INC take over and do a pretty fantastic job. Lauren, thanks for coming on and giving us your time today.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, I do the Sports Lab. That's one of the several things that I feel like I do in the INC. It's like the many hats that someone wears. So I also do the WRUF 98.1 social media. I'm one of 3 admin along with Rob, who is also in Sports Lab with me. And that's been really exciting. I've been doing that for 2 semesters now. And this semester we got to really be embedded with the immersion class and get to structure them around what we want to post and just the layout that we're always trying to have so that we can have the next generation of people to take over when I'm gone. So I do a lot of the editing and posting for that account, and it's perfect because then with Sports Lab I can know exactly what I want to post or the reel that I want to make. So we do Sports Lab once a week. This week I'm on twice because I am on later today as well. So stay tuned for everything Sports Lab related after this. And I also do First at 5. I'm a sports anchor for First at 5 WFT every Monday. And that's been really exciting because it offers me a chance to not only do radio and just kind of like the editing side of social media, but also getting my takes in behind the desk and being live every time and reading the prompter. And we get to go to Billy Napier's press conference every Monday, so that's also really cool. Another little benefit of getting to do that. And I kind of like bounce around. Like if someone needs help with anything, I'll do that. So First at 5 Sports Lab and WRF social media is my main 3 hats that I'll wear, but I kind of will bounce around. Like if someone needs me to toss on a cat for anything, I'll do it.
Yeah, and you've done a lot of really great things here. How long have you been here at the University of Florida?
This is technically it's my 5th semester because I transferred in after getting my associate's degree. And I've been a Gator fan my entire life. My mom went here. My mom's actually from Gainesville. She moved here when she was 7 and then went to UF. And so I was raised as a Gator. I always knew I wanted to come here. So I had to transfer in to get in because it is very competitive. And then once I got here, I kind of just went full speed to the J school so that I could try and do as much as I could with the short time I had.
So you've been a Gator fan your whole life. So obviously I'm just now kind of getting integrated into what it means to be a Gator. Very exciting time to be here, but at the same time, it's the basketball team has been phenomenal.
Yeah.
There's a lot of hype coming into the football season, but so far that hasn't really lived up to the expectations that a lot of Gator fans have. But the one side of the ball, I think, that has lived up to the expectations has been the defense. You had a chance to talk earlier this week to Theo Dorsey down at ESPN West Palm. Tell us a little bit about kind of what that breakdown looks like for the Florida defense.
Well, according to Theo, he still believes that Miami's defense is better. But if you look at the stats and if you look at the poll of where each defense sits, UF is actually ranked 25th. And Miami's is 44th. And a number is just that, and it's a number. You can look at where DJ was when it was Heisman candidates at the beginning of the season, and then 3 weeks later, he's not even on it. Not even top 10. So a number is only going to go so far, but I truly believe that with the defense that Florida has just kind of acquired and also raised up to be where they're at, that they're more not just defensively impactful but also cohesive because these guys have been together a little bit longer versus Miami's their defensive coordinator, new guy this year, I'm blanking on his name at the moment, kind of scary looking guy, kind of looks like McGregor a little bit, and not in a bad way, just like that's what he reflected to me. But he brought in 5 guys from the portal who have been all very defensively outstanding. It's not like something that's different than this defense has seen before because last week with LSU, that was supposed to be one of the best defenses in the country as well because of their defensive coordinator who knew exactly what he was doing. Blake Baker, American icon, as Josh Pate will call him. He got another great group of guys out of the portal and just picked up perfectly where he could and made a great defense. And to only allow 20 points from the Gators defense with 5 interceptions, I felt like that really spoke to the volumes of Florida's defense compared to LSU's. However, Miami's offense is going to be the most competitive that they've seen thus far. So it will be a definitely defensive-heavy game, and that was something that Theo explained as well.
Yeah, I think that's something that, everybody talks about Miami. They think of the high-powered offense. And look, they've got one. They've obviously got a lot of transfers in, including their quarterback, Carson Beck. That's the second time in a row they've brought in a transfer quarterback. And we saw Cam Ward last year go out and be the number 1 pick in the NFL draft. So clearly they have a really good track record of bringing in talent from the portal. They do a really good job on that side of the ball. And so it'll be interesting to see how Florida stacks up there. I trust the Florida defense quite a bit. It's the other side of the ball that worries me, and I think most Gator fans will probably be telling you the same thing. And you just have to wonder, like, is this really? I think it is going to come down to which quarterback makes the least amount of mistakes, and you just have to hope that DJ Lagway's mistakes are out of the way now. He got him out of the way last week. He had 5 interceptions, and you just have to hope he comes back. And they always say quarterbacks have to have short-term memory, and you have to hope he's been able to put that out of his mind, and come tomorrow he's able to go out there and look like the quarterback I think he can be.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that, I will say that his offensive line is strong, and so it will be like the problems are on the offense, problems on the offense. It really is just problem, because his offensive line did what they were supposed to do. I mean, I'm pretty sure his sack percentage is very low, and a part of that is because of his offensive line and their ability to have his back every single time, and that is what a lot of them will explain as well. In the press conference on Monday, one of the offensive linemen explained that no matter what, they have his back, and that they will tell him that. After his 4th interception, one of them went up to him and said, like, we still think you're that guy. Like, you've got this, let it go, whatever. In more football man terms than just like, you got it, bud, But I still will be one of those people as well. I will still stand with DJ. I still do think he is that guy. I just think that because he didn't practice in spring and fall practice, he's just a little out of sorts. And the unfortunate thing is that Florida does have the hardest schedule in all of college football ever. And that means that there really is no off time to get in the groove, and we saw that with USF.
Yeah, I think a lot of people thought that those first 2 games could almost serve as an extended training camp, so to speak, for DJ. But that really undersold how tough South Florida could be. Mm-hmm. And especially I think we also have seen he doesn't look quite as willing to run. He doesn't look as mobile. Whether that be injuries, whether that be just trying to round into game shape, so to speak. I don't know. But the main takeaway that I've had through the first few games is that it really comes down to last year he exploited defenses over the top. This year he hasn't been able to do that. Defenses have adjusted. They've got more film on him. They seem to be trying to force him to make those intermediate throws. And so far, when he's tried to make the intermediate throws we saw last week against LSU, they've turned into turnovers. I still believe in the talent. I think he is a talented kid. You just have to start to wonder, like, when is it going to click this season? Or is there an injury that's still hampering him? Is it something that he's just not quite right? And that's kind of how it feels. But I think he's talented enough, and I think the team around him is talented enough.
Yeah.
They can still go out and compete and beat a Miami. They can still go out and beat a Texas. It's going to be a tough task to beat Texas. It'll be a tough task to beat Texas A&M. You mentioned the schedule. This is the toughest schedule I've seen in a very long time in college football, maybe the toughest ever. And it's one of those that you start looking at it and you're like, gosh, when do we get to ease up a little bit? Mm-hmm. When do we face an opponent that's not, I mean, Mississippi State at the beginning of the year, you look at the schedule and you're like, well, at least we can pencil that in. But then they went and beat Arizona State, who might be the class of the Big 12. Then you're like, well, at least there's Kentucky, or at least, Ole Miss looks to be down. Ole Miss just went out and beat a really solid Arkansas team with their backup quarterback who looked maybe better than their starter. So, and then FSU, who last year went 2-10, they come back and they beat Alabama. So the schedule feels like it was already hard coming into the year, and it somehow got harder. And for a guy like DJ to be able to kind of ramp up, you were kind of hoping the ramp up would be done by now, where he'd be kind of in a groove. Maybe you still lose to LSU, but you're 2-1 and you're fine. Mm-hmm. Now you're at 1-2, and you have to be wondering, is this doomsday if they go out and lose to Miami, or they get blown out by Miami?
Well, I think that's almost a double-edged sword, right? Because if they win and they beat Miami, that would be the upset of the century, because Miami's ranked 4th, Florida is obviously unranked. And then it would look like there was an actual reason that College Game Day is there, because right now I'm like, there's so many better games they should be at. But hey, maybe they just wanted a trip to Coral Gables. Who am I to judge? But I don't think that, like, one side, it's a lot of Gator Nation wants Billy Napier to be gone. And that's just a fact of life. ESPN's aware of it. I get the notifications of SportsCenter, ESPN. Everyone knows that they want him gone. He has the worst coaching record since the 40s. There's not been a coach who had this bad of a record since they literally wore leather helmets. And yes, you can blame this. They lost this game because DJ threw 5 interceptions. Sure. But the play calling, it was great in the first half. But that's it. Because like we were talking about with DJ in general, like once you get this film and you can see how he operates as a quarterback, it starts to get harder to defend, or it starts to get easier to defend him. And then once you also watch the film and see that Billy really only calls the same 4 plays every time, then you start to adjust to that as well. And that's why the second half went the way it did. He was 33 for 49 passes, and he threw over half of them in the second half. And 3 of the interceptions were in the second half. So it's a big adjustment on not only Billy Napier's side, because he's on the hottest seat he's ever been in his life. And arguably, he loses this game, he's gone. He wins, he's secure. Scott Strickland can take a sigh of relief as well. But DJ Lagway has the most that he had to improve in the past 6 days. So it's going to come down to, do you want to see this improvement and have them actually beat Miami, or let them lose and go into Texas 1-3? Because I honestly think that right now, looking at the schedule, Texas is the easiest team. Arch Manning was 11 for 25 this past weekend against UTEP. Like, dude, at least DJ threw more, and he was against another SEC team, against Garrett Nussmeier, who's high for the Heisman right now, and with the defense that they have, versus Arch has been looking way less. So I think that might be the easiest schedule coming up, or game.
Yeah, I do think Texas is the one game that feels like it's kind of regressed a little bit. Like, we were all hyping it up before the season because we really thought it was going to be who was going to have the Heisman moment, Lagway or Arch Manning. And now it feels like these two dudes are both out of the race. The teams feel like less than what we thought they were coming into the year. Obviously, Texas is still in the thick of the playoff hunt because they've at least been able to win the games on their schedule outside of the Ohio State game. But that schedule gets harder for them too. And you have to start looking at them and going, is this going to be a Texas team that ends up 8-4, 7-5 too? And can Florida beat them? And yeah, I think the talent that Florida has, talent-wise, Florida is as good as any team in the country. But you're right. I think it comes down to play calling and execution. We had Nate on earlier in the week. His biggest takeaway from the game at LSU is, why are we throwing it 49 times? Why is Jaden Ball not running the ball more? They did do a better job of getting Jaden Ball involved in the passing game, which I think is an improvement. But you had LSU fans and folks comparing him and Jacoby to Derrick Henry because of the way they were running the football, when your best tackler for LSU is ejected on the first drive. And so I think you start looking at that. So you're right. I mean, the play calling after the first half, as soon as Whit Weeks went out, why are we just not running the ball, constantly down their throat? And then it becomes something that you start looking at is, all right, well, if DJ is struggling passing, why are we passing it more? You're only by a score, and then the pick six happens, but then you're only down by 2 scores, and you still got a full quarter left, and they can't seem to stop your running attack. I guess coming into this week against Miami, though, it's going to be harder to run the football because, as Theo mentioned to you guys, Miami's really good up front. The front seven's good. How do you think they'll adjust to playing maybe a better defensive front with Miami?
I'm hoping that the adjustment is not done solely by the players, but by Billy and the play calling, because as everybody knows, and as I love to bring up, there is no offensive coordinator. Billy is solely calling all of the plays, and he made that very clear last week at the press conference. He will continue to do so, and he still is. According to himself and everyone else, that's still the plan. And he also made a comment this past weekend past Monday at the presser that I found interesting, of saying, like, a coach has to be able to take accountability, and once he can do that, then he can really be a great coach. And he also explained that it's like a school, and he's the teacher, and like these are his students, and like this is how like he has to do everything he can to help them be the best they can. And I'm like, if you felt that way I feel like the accountability aspect can be kind of go into the same conversation of should you be the one calling the plays. I know that he wants to be the one who says that this is his offense that he built. Billy Napier brought DJ in, and this is the guys that he crafted, and he did a great job of that. No one's telling him otherwise, but it's how he executes it that is not being done he has the talent, like we've said numerous times. He's just not using it to the advantage that he should. So I feel like the biggest adjustment that has to be made against this strong Miami defense, another one 2 weeks in a row, is to adjust the play calling and go over it in practice as much as they can and give Jaden Ball the ball as much as they could.
Yeah, I think something AJ and I talked about yesterday was that they named Russ Callaway the offensive coordinator back in February, but then didn't give him play calling abilities. So you effectively gave him a title without really giving him the keys to the offense. And you look at the last few years, Ryan Day gave up to Chip Kelly. And what happened? They went and won a national championship. You look back, Kirby Smart was willing to take a little step back, let Dan Lanning, let some of those other defensive coordinators step in, then they went and won a national championship. It's that ability to kind of take it back, realize you have to be the CEO of the company. You don't have to run every aspect of it. Something that you learn as you go through in life is the power of delegation. It's something that if you've ever been a boss in life, you struggle with it. Mm-hmm. It's hard to take your hands off, especially when you've done the job for a long time. And I'm sure you're seeing this as you're kind of helping us with the social media class, is that when you've done something for so long, it's hard to kind of take your hands off and let somebody else go in and do it, because you can do it quicker, faster, and probably do it a little bit better. But you're also wanting to teach those people so that when you, like you said earlier, you want to be able to leave here and they still be able to kind of carry that mantle and pick it up. It's the same thing as a head football coach. You want to be able to go handle stuff, whether it's going and getting on to Brendan Bett when he spits in somebody's face. Yeah. You need to be able to trust the offensive coordinator that can then go handle calling the plays.
Well, see, that's where I can't seem to understand where his head's at, because yes, you should be able to teach your offensive coordinator, how to do a play like you'd want, or, like we said, taking your hands off, like, because you think you can do it faster, quicker, and better. But the thing is he can't do it better. He just can't. And so what I don't understand is why he won't even attempt to take half a step back, a quarter of a step, whatever it takes, but to be able to put your players and your team and the franchise of the Florida Gators before yourself and the play calling you'd like to do, to realize that it's not just you who is being affected by this. It's the 90,000 people in the swamp watching you do it, every other Saturday. It's the hundreds of thousands, million people watching it on TV. It's the alumni. It's the ex-players who are like, what is this guy doing? Even Steve Spurrier said on Steve Russell's show the other day, when he goes through all of the plays, he wants to see Billy Napier get angry. He wants to see an emotion. Like, your quarterback just threw 5 interceptions. Why are you talking to him like you're about to read him a nursery rhyme? You should be screaming in his face to get his stuff together. That's, to me, maybe that's just myself, and I don't do like the gentle, nurturing parenting thing, but like, you yell at them to fix their mistakes. And that's what football is. You can't be like, maybe don't throw an interception next time, champ. You got it, though. You're still number one in my heart, and you still make the most in NIL that anyone in Florida ever has. But you know what? Maybe throw a 6 for fun if you want. No, that's not what we're doing here.
It's so funny. I mean, I've mentioned it on here before. Georgia fan, grew up a Georgia fan my whole life. I saw that on the other side with Mark Richt. He clapped a lot. He was the nice guy. Sometimes you can't be the nice guy. Mm-hmm. Kirby Smart came in. He's not a nice guy. I mean, I'm sure he's a wonderful person off the field, but he's not a nice guy. For 60 minutes every Saturday, he turns into, as John Gruden called it, if you've ever seen that video that circulates, he talked to Georgia. He said, everybody dreams of beating you. You got to go beat there. Mm-hmm. And he talks about how beating Kirby Smart is like the top thing right now. Kirby Smart wants to be somebody's nightmare on Saturdays. Right. You mentioned nursery rhymes. Yeah. The coach for your team, you want them to be a nightmare for the other side, not the guy that reads nursery rhymes to his quarterback. And so you've got to. I mean, Florida's had that before, right? They had it with Steve Spurrier. Mm-hmm. They had it with Urban Meyer. They had it with Will Muschamp too. Yep. I mean, I've never seen a guy with a redder face than Will Muschamp when he got into it with his players, with the officials, whatever it was. And, you know, I think to me that's what's missing. The fire that a coach brings to the field and brings out is the same fire that a lot of players play with. And I'm not questioning whether these guys want to play for Billy Napier. They clearly do. We saw that at the end of last year. After that Texas A&M loss, I think it was Texas A&M, they could have packed it in. They didn't. They clearly, and they knew Billy was on the hot seat then. Then they went on a win streak, and everybody's like, oh, man, they clearly want to be here for this guy. So I'm not questioning that part of it, but as a fan, you want to see it. I think that's the big thing. Maybe he does it in the locker room. Maybe there is a side of him that we're not seeing, that he is getting into them when they get in the locker room and he doesn't want to show it out on the field. But as a fan, you want to see, after that third interception, really, Billy come down on him and be like, look, we got to have something different. We got to change up the way we're doing things.
And, you know, I understand that he wants to be a nightmare for the other team, but the thing is right now he's a nightmare for his own. And that's the biggest issue that anyone could, because if he wants to lay into them in the locker room because he doesn't want people to see it, my question would be why? Because right now you're getting more grief for not showing emotion and not getting angry than you would if you were yelling at your players to get their stuff together and go out and act like they want to be here. Versus, that's how I felt DJ looked on the sideline. I said this on Sports Lab the other day. He didn't look like he wanted to be there any more than Billy did. Like, I didn't see any emotion from either of them. I would be okay with Billy Napier getting ejected from the game because he got so worked up. I would be like, you know what? He really cares about Florida Gator football. Right now, I will he's probably, like, thanking the refs. Like, you know what? Why don't you send me your email, and I'm going to send you a Valentine personal this year because I'm just such a nice guy like that. And he is. He's a great guy. Off of the field, take away the Florida Gator head coach in front of his name. Billy Napier's a nice guy. He's a great guy, always very respectful, has never had any issues with the press like we saw with Brian Kelly this past week at the press conference. He's never had an issue with that. He's always been very nice, very respectful to sponsors, boosters, team, whatever. Put it back in front of his name, the Florida head coach. That doesn't matter to me. I don't care if he's a horrible person and he's a great coach. I'm sorry. Like, obviously, morally, like, you know, I'm saying horrible as if, like, he's yelling at his players, calling them, like, girls or something. I don't know. Like, not a terrible go-to-jail person, but, like, he can run a red light every once in a while if it means that we're going to beat Texas or we're going to beat Miami. I'll take that any day of the week. I want to see emotion from him. I want to see emotion from DJ, and I haven't so far, and it makes me question how much either of them want to be on the field.
No, I think that's fair. I think it's, you know, I think there's a lot of criticism there that's deserved at this point. I think that's where we're headed. But I think, you know, we've talked a little bit about interceptions. There's a guy on the other side of the field, Miami, their quarterback, Carson Beck. Last time he faced Florida, 3 interceptions. Of course, he had on different colors. He was at the University of Georgia then. That obviously something that you and Theo and AJ were able to talk about a little bit on the Sports Lab earlier this week. That's going to be the matchup for me to watch. Mm-hmm. Of course, you know, if DJ and the offense don't have it together, it may not matter. But if that defense is able to rattle Carson Beck early and Florida is able to take advantage and go up early and turn this into a defensive struggle where it can be a, you know, 17-14 type game, I think a lot of it is going to be trying to force Carson Beck to be the worst quarterback on the field on Saturday.
Oh, absolutely. And I asked Theo that. I said, do you think that because it is the rivalry, the Miami-Florida rivalry, do you think that emotions are going to be higher not only because of the rivalry, but because of maybe the, you know, tension between the two quarterbacks? Because when DJ came in and played in that Georgia game last year, he was not doing bad whatsoever. And as we were saying, pretty sure they were winning when he got hurt and had to be taken out. And I believe that is the only reason that they lost to Georgia last year. And I know that Carson Beck is aware of the 3 interceptions that he threw against that Florida defense. So, yes, he has a different squad behind him, and he's facing a new one this year as well. This defense is, while there were a lot of guys that stayed, like, he's not going to have to go up against Caleb Banks anymore because he re-injured his foot in the LSU game. But that's just one aspect. I think that the defense looks strong. It looks stronger with him. It just barely looks less strong without it. Just barely. And I think that, I mean, when Theo said that he thinks that it means more to DJ Lagway and that Carson Beck probably isn't even, like, thinking twice about it, I don't think that's true. And I only think that because he has something to prove for multiple reasons, one of them being he left the SEC to go to the ACC. And this is going to be the first time that he faces an SEC team since he's done that. So he has to prove for himself and to everyone else that I can do just as good in this conference. I mean, even though they don't face the same competitors by any margin. But look, I can do it anywhere. Look, I'm still Carson Beck and I'm the best. So it's going to be an emotionally high rivalry for both of them. And I think that might be one of the things that brings DJ out and gets emotional finally.
Yeah, I think that'll be interesting to watch. And I think, you mentioned Carson. Carson's got a lot to prove because he went from, a lot of people were saying he was going to be the number 1 overall pick to he had to transfer out of Georgia to go try to reinvent himself, get his stock back up. Has looked pretty solid through the first couple games, and he's still making some interceptions. He's still making some throws that you wish he'd kind of clean up.
But they're still averaging 40 a game.
But they're still averaging 40 a game. And the defense is putting them in great positions. Mm-hmm. They're able to. So Carson's got a lot to prove this season in general. Losing to Florida would be a massive step back for them, in my opinion, especially not because I don't think Florida's a great team or anything along those lines. I think it has more to do with, they've got this momentum. They beat Notre Dame. They're finally starting to round into what looks like a potential playoff team. If you go out and lose to an unranked Florida, then Carson Beck may be in his head, and then that team starts to unravel a little bit. They've got a pretty tough schedule. Obviously, it's not SEC tough, mm-hmm. so he won't have to go up against the same schedule DJ Lagway does. But if DJ is able, potential-wise, I think we all can agree that DJ's potential is far above Carson Beck's potential.
Oh, I would agree. I would agree 100%. Someone called yesterday or on Wednesday about DJ Lagway possibly looking slower and looks like he had gained weight. And I was like, wow, he's calling DJ Lagway fat and slow on the show. What's going on? But I think a big part of that is the fact that he didn't play in this. I mean, I didn't notice, that whatever. Slower, yes. But I also think that he's been playing in a little bubble, whether he put himself in that or Billy did when it comes to play calling. But I think that, and he said that he doesn't think it get any better. I don't believe that's true whatsoever. He was 5-star quarterback coming into this. A year ago, everyone was screaming DJ Lagway in the swamp. You could have probably heard it from Ocala. But now they're questioning him just as they're questioning Billy. And half of me is like, where's your loyalty? The other half of me is like, do you not see that he is still the same guy? Of anything, of course he's going to continue to get better. I think that he will be drafted, and I think that he will be a fantastic quarterback for the rest of his life. He has more improvement that can be made versus Carson Beck went to a team that it seemed like nobody else wanted him. When he was leaving Georgia, it was like, okay, who cares? Nobody really seemed to want him, and that was something Theo said as well, is almost a little bit nervous. Obviously, he proved himself because he is a great quarterback. Carson Beck is a fantastic quarterback, as much as I'd hate to admit it, he is. Versus DJ Lagway is still a young guy. Carson Beck is so much older, and DJ's still young, but he has learned and improved so much in the year and a half that he has been with Florida that I really don't think that the difference between them is that off.
I think it's more Carson Beck's floor right now is higher than DJ's. Mm-hmm. I don't know that Carson's going to go out and throw 5 interceptions this week, but hey, if he does, if he wants to do that, by all means. But I do think his floor is probably a little safer, but I don't think his ceiling's quite as high. And what I mean by that is, I think DJ Lagway still has the potential to go out and be a number 1 draft pick type player. Mm-hmm. I still think that there's a chance that DJ Lagway, not this year, could go out and win a Heisman before he leaves college. Carson Beck's ceiling, probably not that high. I'm thinking, at best he rebuilds himself into a late first-round pick, second-round pick, and that really feels like I'm being generous. But his floor is probably a nice backup quarterback for somebody in the NFL, 4th or 5th round. He'll bounce around for a while. He's got enough arm strength. He's got arm talent. Somebody, maybe he gets into a game, turns into the next Kirk Cousins or something. Mm-hmm. I don't know, but and I think that might be the perfect example. Kirk Cousins and RG3, right? RG3 had tons and tons of potential. Kirk Cousins was the safer bet. RG3 injures his knee because he was a running quarterback, that style. He ends up having to retire. On the other side, Kirk Cousins has made a heck of a career out of, coming in for RG3 and then eventually taking on the starting role in Washington, then moving over to Minnesota, flamed out a little bit in Atlanta, but that to me feels like what we're looking at is that you've got the potential of a Heisman winner on one side. The floor is pretty low right now because he's struggling with whatever he's got going on, whether it be the play calling, whether it be injuries, whether it be just kind of a mental block right now of trusting his body. I think that's the other thing too, is when you've been in, you've hurt your calf, you've hurt your shoulder. There's a lot of that. There's also a lot of, even if he gained a few pounds from over the off season, some of that can be attributed to he's not been able to work out as much. He's not been able to come to practice. He hasn't been able to go through all those steps. I mean, Shane Matthews mentioned that he looked heavier on Steve Russell's show a couple weeks ago, or on Inside the Huddle a couple weeks ago. At the same time, though, and look, Shane knows quarterbacks. I'm not. At the same time, though, like, that's where that rounding into game shape typically would happen in the first couple weeks when you haven't been able to practice. But with DJ, when you are literally thrown into the fire against an LSU 3 weeks into the season after coming off of a shocking loss, it's tough to rebound. You just hope he gets settled this week. Obviously, we've got a full schedule today for folks. You'll have Sports Scene coming up next, then Sports Lab with Kevin Winter, and then Lauren. You'll
Southeast Car Agency, and brought to you in part by Titan MRI and Imaging, Gator Trim Lights, Meldon Law, Campus USA Credit Union, Pomodoro Cafe, Silverback Concrete, Quality Plumbing, Crystal Air, Ruse Ogra Insurance, Fairlife Milk, Radware, Comfort Temp, Miapa Latin Cafe, International Diamond Center, Los Senderos Tequila, Doreen Weeby Realtor, Caldwell Banker, and the Head Beer Coach.
Now, here's Steve Russell, right here on WRUF.
It is time to eat some lunch and talk some sports. Welcome into a Friday edition of Sports Scene. Glad you're here. Appreciate you being part of the program today. Jessica is our producer. Does a great job, as she always does. We're going to do Prognostication Friday today, but it's going to be a little bit later in the show because we've had some really good guests to talk about a lot of different things. Yesterday and on Tuesday, we had some people call and asked about the flop. And they had no history of it because they were younger. And my next guest I've had on before to talk about the flop because he was part of it. But for those who don't know about this, when it occurred against the University of Miami, Gator great Carlos Alvarez now joins us on the program to talk about that. Carlos, always good to have you back. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Carlos, I'm great. I know you've done this 1,000 times, so thanks for doing it 1,001. For a Gator fan who's younger that maybe doesn't know what happened here, and this was when Florida played Miami yearly, so it was a rivalry, bring us back to the flop.
So it goes all the way back to 1971, and we were playing Miami, every year, home and away. And as it turned out, it was my last game as a Gator, and John Reeves, more importantly, it was his last game as a Gator, but he was very close to breaking the NCAA yardage record held by a quarterback, I think from Stanford. I forget, but it was Jim Plunkett. And he was very close to getting it, but he still needed a substantial amount of yards. And the question was, whether we would get close playing in the Orange Bowl against Miami. And as it turned out, we did. We were way ahead of Miami. We had a very good game in a year that was a little disappointing for us. I would even say beyond little disappointing, but we had a great game in the Orange Bowl. We were way ahead. I think it was something like, 45-7, someplace around there. And but John still needed a certain amount of yards to break the record. And the Florida crowd in the Orange Bowl, we were going to get the ball back, but Harvin Clark, one of our defensive backs, who was one of our kickoffs, and one of our punt returners returned a punt all the way for a touchdown, right towards the end of the game.
I remember that.
And so, so we were, I think Coach Dickey, our head coach, and the team was left in a bind because John needed just a few, not a few, but, relatively few yards to break this NCAA record. And it was our last game. And John had played courageously through his career at Florida. And so the Florida crowd that was in the Orange Bowl at the time started to say, started to yell, let them score, let Miami score, so that Florida could get the ball back in the little time that was remaining and break the record. But as it turned out, Miami didn't want to score because they didn't want John to break the record. The rivalry was that strong.
Mm-hmm.
And so a timeout was called by Harvin Clark, the same person who ran the kickoff back, called a timeout and a defensive posture. I think it was around 6-yard line. Miami only needed 6 yards to score, and went to the sidelines, and the crowd still yelling, "Let him score!" And sure enough, Coach Dickey got carried away with the crowd, as a whole Florida team had gotten carried away, and said, "Just let him score." Now, the bottom line is that play is never practiced by any team in football.
Right.
So there were no directions other than let him score. And so, the play starts. And just to show you that Miami was not trying to score, they were trying to make sure that John didn't get the record. It was a sweep. I think it was a sweep to the left, and an outside sweep to the left, and the whole Florida team, all but maybe a couple of the players, flopped to the ground, and that's why it's called the Florida flop. It flopped to the ground. And I will say, and in all honesty, a couple of them flopped backwards to the ground,
yes.
Which was, but again, not a play that was practiced ever. And of course, Miami, you can still see the Miami runner, the halfback, getting the ball and being in total amazement what was happening in front of him. And he, made a great run to the end zone, and that was the Florida flop. Again, Miami was not trying to score, so that, and even though they were way behind in the game, so we got the ball back, and as it be, John broke the record. I caught I don't know what it was, about a 12-yard pass. It was just a curl pattern, and that was it. Now, he broke the record, and then, of course, we were also delighted. And again, our last game, a bunch of seniors that had played together for, 4 years, even though freshmen couldn't play back then. We were just elated that John had done this, and we jumped into the Dolphin pool at the Orange Bowl, which was seen as, rubbing it in, but it was nothing more than pure joy of playing. Had nothing to do with Miami, and just jumping into the pool and celebrating, and Florida fans were celebrating too, and so that became the Florida flop.
In retrospect, Coach Dickey isn't exactly a go for it guy. Were you a little surprised he said okay?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Coach Dickey is he's a wonderful person. Him and I had our differences. He was we had our differences, probably more coaching philosophy than anything else. And over time, I have gotten to admire him, mainly because I have seen what he had to go through in terms of racial injustice. He was he was the one who recruited the first African-American athlete at Tennessee. then came to Florida. Florida had just recruited Leonard George and Willie Jackson, the first two African-American athletes. And he had to bear the brunt of some racist fans for both schools, the way they reacted to that. But he stood firm and built teams at Florida, with a number of really great African American athletes, and I have over time appreciated that even more, especially talking to African American athletes at University of Florida. But he was a very straight shooter, and he just got carried away with the emotions in terms of, like we all did. So yeah, I was a bit surprised.
I'll end with this. Obviously, those schools don't play each other anymore. But this game tomorrow, I mean, they want to beat Florida in the worst way. There is no love lost to this day with Hurricane fans to Gator fans. Am I correct?
You're absolutely correct. And, really, Florida's got two, that they play every year, FSU and Georgia, that are, huge rivalries. But I swear, when I played, I wanted to beat Miami more than anything else. And a number of players from South Florida wanted to beat Miami more than anything else. I mean, it's like it was, And I'm sure anybody from South Florida that's playing for the Gator team circles this game as a game they don't want to lose. So, and for everybody else, believe me, it's probably as close. So anybody that says, "Oh no, this is just another game," is lying. And I mean, lying on both sides. They're lying because this is huge. And Miami has had such success. Florida has had such success over the years, and both teams want to be the best. And at the end of the day, I want to beat Miami, but I have a lot of respect for them. And I think the Miami players, want to beat Florida as bad as I want to beat Miami, but they have a lot of respect for Florida. And we just go out on the field and let it all out.
All right, so see, if you're a younger fan and didn't know about the history, Carlos Alvarez just gave it to you, one of the best to ever put on a Gator uniform. Appreciate you, my friend. Thanks for taking the time.
Thank you, and go Gators.
All right, Carlos, thank you. He's a great guy. Carlos Alvarez talking to you about the flop. John Reeves, in fact, did get the record. Welcome into Sports Scene today. We are fueled by our friends at Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue for the best in late model, low mileage vehicles. Make sure to stop by Southeast Car Agency. We broadcast live from the Gator Trim Light Studio. Gator Trim Light, invisible by day, beautiful by night, locally owned and operated right here in Gainesville. All of our phone calls, courtesy of Titan MRI and Imaging. Now with 3 locations in Gainesville, 1 in Lake City to serve you better. Same-day scheduling is always available. Call them up, start feeling better today, TitanMRI.com. If you email the show, those are brought to you by International Diamond Center. Don't settle for a knockoff diamond when you can get the best diamonds at the best prices for quality, selection, and value. International Diamond Center, the official jeweler of the Florida Gators. All of our guests, presented by Meldon Law with 54 years of experience, the only injury law firm partner of the Florida Gators. Meldon Law won't back down. And want to thank Quality Plumbing for sponsoring the first hour of Sports Scene. When you need a quality plumber, rely on the same company Gainesville's trusted since 1984. Quality Plumbing, their name says it all. And don't forget, check out our daily clip of the day on WRUF, Facebook, and YouTube at WRUF Home of the Gators, brought to you by our friends at Fairlife Milk. All right, coming up, there is a Gator basketball reunion that's taking place here this weekend. One of the architects to make that happen is going to be my next guest, former Gator player, and of course, longtime radio voice on the Gator Network broadcast. Bill Koss is going to join us to talk about that coming up as you listen to Sports Scene on WRUF, powered by ESPN.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Abby Slate. The Gators are trying to climb their way out of the trenches after a tough loss on the road against LSU in Death Valley. DJ Lagway is seeking redemption this Saturday in Miami after throwing 5 interceptions against the Tigers. Head coach Billy Napier sat down with Gator Talk last night and touched on where he needs to see improvement from his starting quarterback.
I think he's got to have better situational awareness in the Mayday 2-minute before the half, and then the 3rd and 7 on the 36-yard line when it's a 10-point game and the analytics are saying, hey, let's make it a 1-score game.
Kickoff starts at 7:30 and live coverage of the game begins right here at 4:30. On the high school front, the Eastside Rams are trying to avoid a storm on the road as they take on the Bradford Tornadoes. The Williston Red Devils are looking to bring the heat in their matchup against the North Marion Colts. Both games kick off at 7:30.
Friends, if somebody's been in business for 45 plus years, doesn't that tell you something? Trust, longevity. Well, that is the case with my friends at Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville. The Cousins family has operated that business for the past 45 plus years, and they specialize in just one thing. They give you the best alternative you have to purchasing a new vehicle, the best in late model, low mileage vehicles. Great variety, great selection. I'm driving one now, have been for years. Go see them today, Southeast Car Agency, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue, Gainesville.
It's football season, touchdowns and celebrations, and unfortunately, injuries. If you're injured, call Titan MRI and Imaging. No need to deal with long wait times and high costs to get your scans done. Titan MRI and Imaging will save you time and money. And the experience at Titan MRI and Imaging, much more personal than the sterile atmosphere of a hospital. Joe and his team are personally involved and will guide you through the entire process at any of their 3 convenient locations. So if you need a scan, call Titan MRI and Imaging. Learn more at TitanMRI.com.
90 years ago, 9 University of Florida faculty members started something big, Campus USA Credit Union, the first credit union on a U.S. college campus. Today, Campus USA is 160,000 members strong, proudly serving the community with auto loans, business loans, mortgages, and more. Whether you're just starting out or building your future, Campus is here to help you every step of the way. Stop by any campus location or join the team at campuscu.com. Campus USA Credit Union, celebrating 90 years of better banking.
The jewelry store with the most likes, the most positive reviews, the most raving fans is International Diamond Center.
IDC is definitely a place that I will come to as long as I live here. This will be my go-to place always.
Literally the best jewelry store in town. You'll make friends for life coming in here. I felt like family from the beginning. The value was extraordinary.
I've got a beautiful diamond on my finger, and I'm very proud of it.
International Diamond Center.
I'm very happy to show it off.
At Celebration Point and online at shopidc.com.
Transform your home with Gator trim lights. Professionally installed, permanent outdoor lighting that disappears by day and dazzles by night. Our patented color-matched channel blends seamlessly with your roof line. No clips, no wires, just a clean, custom look. Use the easy app to light up the holidays, birthdays, game days, any day. Energy efficient, built to last, and backed by a lifetime product warranty. Schedule your free estimate today at GatorTrimLight.com.
He's got the 1966 Heisman Trophy, the 1996 National Championship Trophy, and 7 SEC trophies. Now he's got a new trophy, a can of beer. Steve Spurrier was the head ball coach. Now you can call him the head beer coach. Head Beer Coach 1966 Lager is available in 16-ounce cans at Gator games and stores all across Gainesville. You can also get it in the can or on draft at Spurrier's Gridiron Grill. Refreshing in all kinds of weather, Head Beer Coach 1966 Lager, a legend in a can.
Everyone's invited to this party. Hey, it's Steve Russell. Doesn't matter who you are, your name's on the list to Hard Rock Bet's season-long celebration. Sign up today and bet $5 on any game. If it wins, you'll also score $150 in bonus bets. A winning bet plus a boosted bankroll, that's how you get the party started on Hard Rock Bet. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida, must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida. Wager terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling, call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
The Tailgate with Jeff Cardozo and Pat Dooley. Weekdays at 4, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
To the Titan MRI and Imaging phone line we go. Our guest brought to you by Meldon Law. Well, there's going to be a Gator basketball reunion here. And a guy who was a big part of this and making this happen, former Gator player, a longtime radio guy on the Gator basketball broadcast, and a longtime friend, Bill Koss, now joins us. Bill, welcome, and thanks for doing this.
Well, Steve, thank you very much. It's great to be able to reconnect with you here. Sounds great.
You betcha. Well, for folks who are listening, Bill, tell us how this all got, started, how this reunion came about.
Well, it's very nice of you to want to give me any credit, but honestly, Steve, if it weren't for Todd Golden and his staff, we wouldn't be here tonight. I mean, Todd embraced us from the very beginning and said how important this is to the program, the foundation of the program, to reconnect with all former players. And so he threw his entire support behind us, his coaching staff a year and a half ago. And then, of course, Duke Warner is now the head of basketball, administrative head in the athletic department. I think he's associate athletic director in charge of basketball. And then Jordan Jacobson, who's really running the basketball program internally for Todd. And so, those two individuals have been tremendous in doing the legwork, day-to-day things, just doing the things that they feel ownership for, and making sure that this is going to be a special weekend. So, with Todd's direction, with his leadership, with his guidance, back actually a year and a half ago when Coach Hobday was here, who's now coaching, as you know, the head coach at Columbia. Right. Coach Hobday really stepped in initially and was a go-to guy for us. So, those people really are the backbone of what this is all about. And then, of course, the players themselves. It's a player-led initiative. And Rick Clarkson, Brian Hogan here with us today. Both of those individuals have been incredible in doing a lot of the things that have to be done in communication with players and things like that. So we're really, really fortunate to have so many former players now in the database. And coming back here this weekend, already the three of us have met some of those that are staying out at the Indigo Hotel, and they're all really appreciative and excited to be here.
Bill, I would imagine, I hope the turnout's going to be really good, but I imagine all eras of Gator basketball will be represented here?
Well, that's a good question also because, yes, you're right. I mean, as long as they're alive, we've gone back into the early 60s, and so, we really do have 60 years of former players who are coming back this weekend, and it's very exciting. Exciting for them. So many of these players have really been disconnected through the years for various reasons. I think everyone realizes how big football is here and how important that's been to everyone. But, basketball has had a tremendous amount of success, and a lot of these people now are getting a chance to be respected for it.
For those who are a little older, like me, Bill played, for Norm Sloan the first time Norm Sloan was here, and of course was a long-time radio voice as well. But Bill, I've never, when you wrote your book, I talked to you then. But for people who are listening, what are your memories of Florida as a player?
Well, obviously, it was a turning point for the program in 1960 when Norm came here. It was really something for the football people to. We had a former assistant football coach that was the head coach of basketball prior to Sloan, and he was the first full-time paid head coach and did an unbelievable job of recruiting and bringing in players that could really play. And so, the teammates obviously are the best part for all of us. They're our friends. We feel like when we reconnect with them, it's like we just saw them yesterday. We have a player coming back named Lou Merchant, who's 86 years old.
Wow.
And Lou was one tremendous player, Steve. He was second team, I think, All-SEC, which was a very big deal back then. Played with Cliff Luke, who was a terrific guy. And so, he's one of the few that's still living. Cliff Luke's in Spain and haven't been able to really contact with him. I wish that we could have. But Lou is coming back. Buddy Bales is another former player that wanted to come back but had some illness. But anyhow, we've got guys from that area. Lou's 86 years old and really looks like he could play today. So it's really pretty cool. And then, of course, the guys from the recent experiences here, winning 2 national championships, and the guys on this championship team last year. Everyone's going to be there tonight for this get-together, and we're really all really excited about it.
That really is cool. I think you have a couple players there, and they were around my time. I remember these guys playing well. Rick Clarkson is one of them. I'm going to try to get Rick here. Rick, welcome back, and I hope you're going to have a great time, and I can remember you playing. And for those who don't know, right across the street from where I'm broadcasting, the old Alligator Alley here. So welcome back, Rick.
It's very nice to be here. I was thrilled you had Chuck Cooperstein on yesterday. He was the student manager 77 through 79, and that was my junior and senior years. So this is fast walk down memory lane for a lot of us.
If a fan's listening now, Rick, and didn't have the pleasure of being in Alligator Alley, as I did as a student and then as a student reporter, what was it like playing in Alligator Alley?
Well, you got to realize it was built in 1949 as Florida Gymnasium. It had a seating capacity of about 5,500, and it was a heck of a home court advantage because visiting teams would come in, and each of the visiting teams were in arenas that were much nicer than Alligator Alley at the time. And so I'm sure it was a shock, like, why are we playing in this glorified high school gymnasium? And but it was so loud and it could get so raucous that we had some great home wins here over Kentucky and Alabama and Tennessee, you name it. But it was fun for fans. I still have a lot of friends that tell me how much they enjoyed going to those games before the O-Dome opened in 1980.
What's your best memory of playing at Florida?
Besides the cheerleader I dated for 2 years?
That's a pretty good highlight. I'd take that one, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that might have been the highlight. So, no, I'll tell you this. I'm just going to divert just a little bit. But to add to Bill's point, Florida has had some really good basketball programs over the years. And tonight the audience is going to hear about the stepping stones and the accomplishments that have built over the years to where we are today. But it lacked a basketball culture. And David Lee, a great player who married the tennis player Caroline Wozniacki, was in Dallas, where I live now. This is in 2023 in February, and we were talking about maybe having a reunion. This idea goes back to 22 even.
Wow.
And it hit a nerve with him because he said, since I've graduated, I've never really had any outreach from basketball or the athletic association, and I would be jealous in his 10, 11-year NBA career with teammates that have played at North Carolina or Kentucky or Michigan who had regular outreach, went back for games, were welcomed, had tickets available to them. So tonight's activities, this weekend's activities, is about galvanizing a basketball culture and solidifying the brotherhood. And to Bill's earlier point, a lot of this credit goes to Todd Golden from the get-go, saw the value of guys like Brian Hogan and his era there. Brian is a novelty in a way. He's one of only two players we can identify that played for three different coaches in the 4 years he was here. There's a reason he's a personal injury attorney. So,
well, on that note, I'm going to bring Brian in. Rick, thank you. It was fun to see you play, and Coop was here yesterday with me, so it was fun. Brian, welcome. I'll get you here real quick. Besides playing for the three coaches, what are your memories of playing in Florida?
Yeah, well, I'll coincide that with what I'm looking forward to tonight.
Sure.
I think of the memories of the guys you played with. There's a bunch of different games you could talk about, but I remember Coach Kruger, Dan Cross, Craig Brown, Andrew DeClerc, I just saw at the Hotel Indigo. So many good memories with guys that you grew up with, basically. And now to watch them, follow them on Facebook or us to stay in touch in different ways and see the way that they've come about developing families that are, really solid, sharp guys, sharp kids. And I think it all comes back to what the history we have with Florida.
This reunion is really, really a cool thing here, and I can just tell from hearing you guys, how much you're looking forward to it, and the relationships that you made. This will be a pretty special night. One last question for you, Brian. As you see the game now, and maybe when you played to now, how much better are the players? How has the game grown in your view since the time that you played?
Yeah, sure. I think you see that across all sports, right?
Sure you do.
The size, the players, the speed, the athleticism. It's really nice to see, right? You always wonder, would Jordan be the Jordan of today? I'm sure he would be. I think each one of us would have made adjustments to try and play at today's speed. But it's really phenomenal to see what kind of athletes come out and are able to give us the entertainment week in, week out.
Well, fellas, appreciate all of you coming on here. I wish I could be there. I'm jealous. That should be a fun night. Enjoy it. Congratulations, and thanks to all of you for being here. Appreciate you all.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay, Bill, you got it. How about that? That's pretty cool. I wish I could be there. That's going to be a fun event. All right, now, we are going to do Prognostication Friday, but one more guest, and we're going to flip to football. We're going to talk Miami Hurricanes next as you listen to Sports Scene on WRUF.
Your home for Tampa Bay Buccaneers football, WRUF.
Every great team is built on a solid game plan, sharp execution, and total trust in the crew beside you. At Quality Plumbing, we bring that same championship mindset to every job we do. For over 40 years, we've been the starting lineup for homes and businesses across North Central Florida, delivering reliable service, expert craftsmanship, and big wins for our customers. Call us today or visit qualityplumbing.com. We're your first string team. License number CFC 043073.
For over 2 decades, Miapa has been a staple in Alachua County. Start your day right at Miapa, where fast and affordable authentic cuisine awaits.
We're known for serving the best Cuban coffee.
Our secret is in every sip and every bite, bringing the flavor of our culture straight to your palate. Everyone is welcome at Miapa Latin Cafe. Visit us at one of our locations and let us take you on a journey full of flavor. Miapa Latin Cafe, where every bite is a taste of tradition.
Hey, have you ever talked to Ruse Agra over at State Farm?
Oh yeah, Ruse is awesome. Helped me get a ton of coverage for way less than I expected, and he serves all of North Florida. Super friendly too, actually takes time to explain everything.
Really? I thought State Farm would be pricey.
No, surprisingly great rates. You get that neighborly service you don't find everywhere. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I might give Ruse at State Farm a call.
You should. Call 352-240-1779 for a free quote. You'll be glad you did.
Individual premiums will vary by customer. All applicants subject to State Farm underwriting requirements.
After you work out, you can feel worn out. Reach for Core Power and rise to a whole new level of recovery. Protein to build muscle. Electrolytes to help hydrate. The nutrition you need to power on. Champion your recovery with Core Power.
The best conversations happen with Los Linderos tequila, like this recent conversation between two Gator legends.
Coach, it always impressed me how you beat Florida State to win the 1996 national championship.
And I was really impressed with your 06, 08, and 09 Gator teams.
And the way you coached Danny to the Heisman Trophy.
A lot like what you did with Tim Tebow.
To the Swamp and the Gators, with the best beverage served at Spur's Gridiron Grill. 100% agave, Los Linderos tequila. Aged in bourbon barrels for a smoother taste.
From intimate weddings to big family reunions, corporate lunches to unforgettable celebrations, let Pomodoro Cafe bring the soul of Italy to your next event. UF, Shands, HCA, and everywhere else in Alachua County, we'll bring everything you love straight to your table. Established in 1991, Pomodoro Cafe has been Gainesville's go-to for rich, authentic Italian cuisine made with love. Perfect food, seamless service, timeless flavor. Visit PomodoroCafe.com and let's start planning.
Every Gator football game all season long, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Welcome back as we broadcast live from the Gator Trim Light Studio, as Sports Scene is fueled by our friends at Southeast Car Agency. Back now on the Titan MRI and Imaging phone line, David Lake now joins us. He covers the Miami Hurricanes for 24/7 Sports. David, welcome. Pleasure to have you.
Yeah, good to be on with you. Excited about tomorrow's game.
All right. I'm going to ask this, David, with a Florida fan in mind, because you see the team, obviously. Off to a great start, nationally ranked, all of that. In your view, what is the strength of this football team?
I think right now it's at the line of scrimmage, both sides of the ball. So offensive line is built by Mario Cristobal, and they've certainly been giving Carson Beck all day to throw. He's, in these first 3 games, he's essentially playing 7-on-7 football out there with all the time he has to operate. So we'll see if that holds true against Florida. It definitely was kind of a surprise against Notre Dame in some ways, but the offensive line is performing well. And then on the other side, the defensive line has been dominant with Ruben Bain returning to form, kind of building, taking the next step from his freshman year because his sophomore year was kind of injury-plagued. And the same could be said on the other side with Akeem Mesidor. He's now healthy as well, and he's playing the best football of his career. I think, Pro Football Focus and other advanced stats are kind of showing that Miami's pass rush is the best in the country in terms of just from a front four. They're able to get to the quarterback with just 4, and that's allowing them to play sound in the back 7. So they're winning at the line of scrimmage. And then, just in general, like Carson Beck's been good so far to this point as well.
Is beating Florida still a big deal to the Hurricane fan base?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I know, a lot of my readers, and I got, Miami Hurricane alum friends, et cetera. There's disappointment that, there's not another game for this series scheduled for the future. Now, it could still happen in a bowl game or, college football playoff game in the future, et cetera. But this is a game that, from a Miami standpoint, that the fans do want to play and would like to see happen more. Certainly, I think you could argue, quite frankly, compared to Florida and Florida State, I think there's more hatred from the Miami fans to Florida rather than Florida State, even though Miami plays Florida State every year. So certainly from a Miami standpoint, the fans do care about this game.
When you're ranked in the top 4 or 5, whatever it is, depending on the poll, there's not a whole lot of weakness here. But, David, is there a chink in the Miami armor?
So if I was going to defend this Miami offense, I would force them to beat me deep and to the outside. So I would stack the box, try and contain their run. And I would understand that probably their number one target in the passing game is slot receiver Malachi Toney. So I'd play tight on those short intermediate routes and force Miami to beat you outside. I think to this point, those receivers have stepped up and honestly performed better than I anticipated. But I think Florida's secondary is going to be the best that Miami's seen to this point by quite a big margin, frankly. And so I would test them in that regard. And then, on the flip side, I still think, Miami's issues last year were in the secondary, right? And so it's a totally new group. And I wouldn't shy away from testing that group either. Now, I think it's significantly more talented year over year because there's a ton of new players on that side of the ball. But I would still try and pick at that as well. I think you have to still be aggressive against this back 7.
David Lake joins us here, covers the Miami Hurricane football team for 24/7 Sports. Carson Beck threw 3 picks, I think, against Florida last year playing for Georgia. And he's thrown a few. I mean, he's been good, but he's thrown a few here. Is there concern there about being a little loose with the football?
So he threw 2 picks against USF. One of them was, frankly, a bad decision. He was being pressured, and he attempted an aggressive downfield throw that just wasn't there. Shouldn't have thrown it. The other one was a young receiver running the wrong route, being in the same area as the intended receiver, and he tipped the ball up in the air trying to make an athletic catch that wasn't intended to him, and that ball fell to a USF defender. Now, if that ball wasn't tipped, it would have been a completion. So I think, again, the stat that tells the story of Carson Beck at Miami so far, he has only been pressured on 88% of his dropbacks at Miami this year. And when Carson Beck is not pressured, he's going to dice you up. Now, when he gets pressured, and this is what happened last year against Florida, when he was pressured, he made some questionable decisions. So to me, one of the big questions, to this point, Florida's pass rush has not really been there. And so I'm curious, do they go with the same approach of not really blitzing much, or are they going to try and feed up Carson, bring some pressures?
I think you are spot on, David. That's I couldn't have put it better because I think that's a big key to this game. I think getting pressure on Carson Beck. Now, look, most quarterbacks under pressure, right? I mean, it's not just Carson Beck, but to your point, he's been a little loose with the football when he has been pressured. So I think it's a real key to the game. Last question. Sure. There's certainly heat on Billy Napier here. Has the fan base sort of cooled in terms of heat on Cristobal, if there was any?
Yeah, I think that cooled last year. Certainly I think it's fair to say last year they underachieved relative to what they should have been once the season got rolling, right? But when you also go 10,000-foot view and look at the context of what they achieved, Miami, prior to that, had only won 10 wins in a regular season one other time the previous 20 years. So last year was also a significant step forward for the program and obviously Mario Cristobal's trajectory. So the heat is not really there with Mario. Now, there's expectations this year, and so we'll see if those expectations get reached, and who knows what happens after that. But for now, the fan base is certainly all on board with Mario.
All right. David, great stuff. I appreciate you taking time to talk to Gainesville. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank
you.
Right,
you got it, David. David Lake covers the Miami Hurricane football team for 24/7 Sports. Let's go back to the let me say this. If you have a Facebook Live question and want to get it to us, brought to you by Ruse-Ogre State Farm. State Farm agent Ruse-Ogre is your go-to agent in Gainesville and North Central Florida for the service you deserve at the price you want. Any YouTube questions, courtesy of Campus USA Credit Union, where Coach Spurrier does his banking. Campus founded at the University of Florida, serving our Gator community for 90 years. Back now to the International Diamond Center email. Scott said, really enjoyed the interview with Vernon Maxwell. Never saw him play. Glad he's returned to his rightful place in the Gator history books. The killer is quite a character. For Saturday, I think the Gators are overmatched by a possible national championship team in Miami. The only chance, get ball at least 25 touches on the ground or through the air to take the pressure off DJ. Must get pressure on Beck, and that is a big deal to me. Absolutely can't afford any dumb mistakes or bad coaching. Gators have the talent, will pull the upset, but I just don't see it happening. Same score as last year. He says 41-17 Miami. Let's see here. Mark, last time the Gator football team started 1-3 was 86. Come 11:30 Saturday night. Napier will have further cemented his legacy as the worst coach in Gator football history. When will this nightmarish experiment be over? Canes 38, Gators 16. Thank you, Mark. Peyton says Gators lose 49-10 due to many turnovers. Lagway, oh my God. Okay, please don't do that. Peyton, come on now. Okay, you may not be a Florida fan, but I'm not going to read that. Have a little more class than that, Peyton. Come on, okay. By the way, Peyton, if you're not a Florida fan, I'd love to know what school you do enjoy. Mike, I can't see Napier suddenly being a great play caller and clock manager. Lagway in a week is going to stop throwing into double and triple coverage. Have good footwork and be a great game day leader. Miami has huge advantage at quarterback, O-line, and game day coaching. Miami 28, Gators 17. Evan says, love that the basketball program is doing this reunion, really establishing a blue blood culture here and respect for the significance of the program over the years. YouTube question brought to you by Campus USA Credit Union. Neo says, if Lagway doesn't improve and throws picks all over the place, score might be around 42-10 Miami, even with the D playing lights out. We will see. And then Greg on YouTube, when the U plays Georgia, Tennessee, Texas, or A&M, Bama in the regular season, then call us, Miami fans. Until then, our SEC Cup is quite full. Ruiz says, it's said that Shannon Dawson's offense is quarterback friendly. What is that? I don't know. That can mean 1,000 things. I mean, quarterback friendly can mean, for example, in terms of the plays, easy to understand. In terms of what they want you to do in route concepts, easy to understand. I'm not quite sure, where you're going with that. We'll come back. We will start Prognostication Friday. Get your thoughts on the Gator game and many more as you listen to Sports Scene on WRUF.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Josh Stevens. With the Gators on a 2-game losing streak, concerns about the team have continued to build. Among the biggest concerns is a struggling offensive line, which allowed 3 sacks last week and had a holding penalty that took away an 87-yard touchdown. Despite their struggles, Gator senior lineman Austin Barber expressed confidence in his teammates while taking a leadership role in his final season.
I love, trying to help the younger guys because, they gotta come in next year and play. And I just have full trust in the guys that are on the field.
Barber's comments were on Gator Talk. Catch live coverage of the game here at WRUF at 4:30. Gainesville has some intriguing high school showdowns on tap tonight. Perennial powerhouse Buchholz hosts undefeated Richmond Hill. Stay on the lookout for Buchholz running back Chris Johnson, who has racked up over 350 yards and 3 touchdowns on the ground so far. Kickoff is at 7.
Silverback Concrete is a family-led team of heavy concrete specialists that builds commercial structures for contractors who expect unrivaled quality, including the head ball coach's restaurant, Spurrier's Gridiron Grill. You only have one chance to make a building that holds up to the highest standards through all kinds of weather. Visit silverbackconcrete.co to see why they're the #1 choice in the Southeast. You stand on it, we stand by it. Silverback Concrete's got your back.
At Comfort Temp Heating and Air, we're proud to celebrate 40 years as your #1 local HVAC company. We offer energy-efficient solutions featuring quality products from Lennox. Whether it's new installation, system repairs, or routine maintenance, we promise to never sell you anything you don't need. Our professional and experienced technicians provide reliable service you can trust and will keep you informed throughout the entire process. At Comfort Temp, comfort is our business. Peace of mind is our promise.
Hi there, this is Coach Steve Spurrier, and I want to let you know that Spurrier's Gridiron Grill's delicious brunch is now served in a premium buffet. And we're now serving Gainesville's only elevated buffet, complete with an omelet station, ginger sage chicken sausage, shredded short rib, and of course our chicken and waffles. Plus, you can enjoy bottomless, mimosas, and Bloody Marys. So join us every Saturday and Sunday from 11 to 3 for the best brunch in town.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Florida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Florida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
Want to get your brand noticed? At Radware, we help you stand out with custom corporate apparel, branded uniforms, and promotional swag that gets attention. From trade shows to team uniforms, we've got you covered. Radware even works with major names like the University of Florida. Boost your brand visibility today. Visit radware.com. That's radware.com and let your brand shine.
Looking for a weekend escape with unforgettable flavor? Just a short drive from Gainesville, discover Zizania Farms and Sofra in Newberry, a hidden culinary gem open every Saturday and Sunday from 11 to 9. Enjoy authentic Egyptian-inspired farm-to-table dishes made with pasture-raised meats, fresh produce, and bold, unforgettable flavors, all served on a peaceful farmstead patio. Excellent food from farm to table every Saturday and Sunday. Find them on Facebook. Just search Zizania Farms.
At the UPS Store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
Skies staying sunny for us for our Friday afternoon. Temperatures today in the low 90s, feels like temperatures in the mid 90s with a nice breeze occasionally gusting to 20 miles an hour. Staying mostly clear for your Friday evening and overnight. Lows to start off our Saturday near 70. Your weekend forecast is looking great. Mostly sunny skies both days. Highs near 90. A very low chance for a passing afternoon shower. From the WUFT Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Megan Borowski.
This is Sean Kelly, voice of the Gators, and you're listening to the home of Gators football right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM. Now, more of Sports Scene with Steve Russell.
All right, Prognostication Friday will begin. We are going to have Max Chadwick, Pro Football Focus, here top of the 1 o'clock hour, but the rest of the time, your questions, calls, comments, Facebook comments, YouTube comments, emails, etc. I want to thank Quality Plumbing for sponsoring Hour 1 of Sports Scene. Quality Plumbing, their name says it all. To the International Diamond Center email, CJ, you cannot give me all this because I can't read it. It's too long. Vast majority of our football coaches the past 16 years have been atrocious and turned UF football into a Vanderbilt-like program. Our fans have consistently complained to the administration. Sports writers and yes to talk show hosts to no avail. Most of these coaches fired 2 years later. Once again, the program is inferior due to an inept coach making horrible decisions in every phase of the game. So he's calling on all Gator fans to boycott every future game. It's the only way left to get us seriously heard. CJ, I will tell you, you have as much chance of that happening as snow in July. Simple. Back to our phone lines now. That's where the Titan MRI phone line is. T-Bone, hello.
Hello, sir. How you doing?
Very well, sir.
Okay, sir. I'm calling in to give my score, and I think Florida actually turned it around. They could. They can.
Mm-hmm.
And so my score is Florida 34, Miami 24.
Tell me why you think Florida wins.
Well, I think Florida wins because Florida wants to win. Florida needs to win, and I think they're going to play better. I do. Actually, I think they're going to play better on all sides, all phases of the game.
Fair enough. T-Bone, thank you. I know a lot of Gator fans are hoping that prediction certainly comes true. By the way, Philip Abner, the latest Gator baseball player to get a call up to the big leagues, Arizona, and he'll be a reliever. He's the 88th Gator all-time to play Major League Baseball. Do you know that? 88 Gator baseball players have played in the big leagues. That's pretty cool. All right, the games we're going to pick. Texas Tech, Utah, Auburn, Oklahoma, Michigan, Nebraska, South Carolina, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, and score of the Gator game and why. All right. Brian says 3 keys to the game. Need to be +2 in the turnover margin and score off them. Special teams have to make the next step. Vernell Brown's been close to breaking one. This could be a catalyst to help us maintain momentum after a big stop. DJ have to run the offense more consistently, obviously making the right reads and RPOs and using ball to lead the offense. If we do this, believe we can win, but I wouldn't be surprised if we're able to do these things and still lose. The Canes look that good. And they do look good. BB says, just doing our guys today. Forget the third quarter and petty for now. Submit our guys need Elvis Costello in the attractions. Pump it up. A double dose for the first quarter. Hot and heavy, no foot off the gas. One prediction you won't get. This could be Billy's swan song and the players know it. Forget the hell out of NIL, a growing individual brand. It's blood and guts and showing what you're made of. Gators 24, Hurricanes and their billionaire 17. BB says. Byron, hello.
Hey, Steve, happy Friday. Real quick, because I know you're getting busy. Shout out to T-Bone. I hope you're right. Steve, I think the Gators really will play better, but the bad, scary part is, like you say, the Miami guy from down there was saying, they really don't like us because I'm from the Tampa area, so, and man, they circle his game. So we'll get ready, Florida, but I think we will play better. Steve, I just want to shout out to you, man, for the basketball stuff. And the university, man. You know, I didn't know that much about. They didn't have that back and took, Carlson and those guys. But I'm so happy for that, man. And I try to get to Santa Fe when I can. It just means a lot. I don't know spiritually, but thank university guys. You have a great time. You deserve it, man. Go basketball and go Gators, Steve.
All right, Byron. Thank you. Is this Jamie? Is that right? Okay. Okay. Gator Jamie. Okay. Gator Jamie. Hello.
Yes, sir. Hey, I know everybody's excited about the game tomorrow night. I just wanted to say I wish Florida would just run the ball and get the tight ends involved and maybe do some like slants, you know. And that's all I just like to see is us be more run heavy. And I'm just looking forward to it. I just hope it'll be a good game.
Fair enough. Gator Jamie, thank you. Appreciate it. I guess it wouldn't be a prognostic. Oh, by the way, if you want to know about the future SEC schedules, it's going to be announced very soon. The SEC football opponents for the next 4 years is going to be televised on SEC Now, September 23rd at 7 p.m. on the SEC Network and ESPN2. That's the schedule for the next 4 years. And remember, the SEC's gone to 9 games beginning next year. All right? John, hello.
Hey, how you doing, Steve?
All right, John.
All right, let's go through the games.
All right, Texas Tech, Utah.
Texas Tech.
Auburn, Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
Michigan, Nebraska.
Michigan.
South Carolina, Missouri.
South Carolina.
Illinois, Indiana.
Illinois.
And Gator score and why?
24-21. Trey Smack kicks the winning field goal. Our defense plays like they've been playing. DJ comes around to playing like he's capable, and we will beat the Miami Hurricanes 24-21.
Okay, John, thank you for your call. Appreciate it. All right, and I got my Leonard's Losers script. I gotta find it. And remember, volleyball has a big match against number 7 Wisconsin. That's coming up tonight. Against Marquette. So, and they'll go to Madison to take on Wisconsin as well. So Marquette and Wisconsin coming up for Gator volleyball for Coach Tice's team, and it will be fun for sure with that. Again, I want to thank all of you for tuning in today, and thanks to the first hour guest. I hope you really enjoyed that. Carlos Alvarez, the Gator great, talking about the Florida flop in 1971 with the Miami, Florida game. Bill Koss, longtime Gator basketball player, announcer, etc., telling us about the big basketball reunion coming up this weekend. And then we had David Lake from 24/7 Sports talking about the Miami Hurricanes. Max Chadwick, Pro Football Focus, going to join us top of the hour. And then the rest of the hour, it'll be your picks, your choices for the Gator game, and many others. Hour 2 of Sports Scene coming up as we broadcast live from the Gator Trim Light Studio, powered and fueled by our friends at Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville at 310 Northeast 39th Avenue. Back with Hour 2. Stay with us.
What's stronger?
A Gator Chomp?
Or our coverage of Gator Nation?
Stay on top of the Florida Gators all season.
WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2. Keeping you connected to Gator Nation. ESPN Gainesville is WRUF.
Attention local and regional CDL-A drivers in the North Florida area. Pritchett Trucking is currently looking for local and regional drivers. Are you looking for a driver-friendly environment? Pritchett Trucking offers more home time, great pay, and great benefits, including health insurance and paid time off. And they also offer a quarterly performance and safety program, plus a sign-on bonus. Pritchett Trucking's regional drivers are home weekends and local drivers are home daily. If you're at least 23 years old and want a rewarding career with great pay, don't let the opportunity pass you by. Apply online at PritchettTrucking.com.
Need a new AC and wondering who to call? I'm Kirk Smith, owner of Crystal Air and Water. Our team of professionals are strongly committed to responsiveness, problem resolution, customer satisfaction, and service excellence. We promise to meet the heating and cooling needs of your home with the most effective and energy-efficient products available. Maybe that's why we're the most liked AC company on Facebook. Follow us today. Crystal Air and Water, online at acpenguin.com.
License number CMC 1249384.
Yes, I'm calling Crystal Air and Water. Call Crystal.
Hey Gators, are you ready to rep your team in style? Head over to Alma Mater, the ultimate Florida Gator store right here in Gainesville, where you'll find everything you need to show off your Gator pride. From one-of-a-kind Gator tees and hats to NIL gear, we've got the perfect Gator swag for every fan. Whether you're gearing up for game day or just want to add some orange and blue to your wardrobe, we've got you covered. Everything designed and produced right here in the swamp. Visit us today at Alma Mater on the corner of 34th and University or almamaterdesign.com. Go Gators!
Silverback Concrete is a family-led team of heavy concrete specialists that builds commercial structures for contractors who expect unrivaled quality, including the head ball coach's restaurant, Spurrier's Gridiron Grill. You only have one chance to make a building that holds up to the highest standards through all kinds of weather. Visit silverbackconcrete.co to see why they're the #1 choice in the Southeast. You stand on it, we stand by it. Silverback Concrete's got your back.
From intimate weddings to big family reunions, corporate lunches to unforgettable celebrations, let Pomodoro Cafe bring the soul of Italy to your next event. UF, Shands, HCA, and everywhere else in Alachua County, we'll bring everything you love straight to your table. Established in 1991, Pomodoro Cafe has been Gainesville's go-to for rich, authentic Italian cuisine made with love. Perfect food, seamless service, timeless flavor. Visit PomodoroCafe.com and let's start planning.
Hi there, this is Coach Steve Spurrier, and I want to let you know that Spurrier's Gridiron Grill's delicious brunch is now served in a premium buffet. And we're now serving Gainesville's only elevated buffet, complete with an omelet station, ginger sage chicken sausage, shredded short rib, and of course our chicken and waffles. Plus, you can enjoy bottomless, mimosas, and Bloody Marys. So join us every Saturday and Sunday from 11 to 3 for the best brunch in town.
He's back! The godfather of Gator Sports Talk Radio has returned.
I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse.
It's Sports Scene with Steve Russell. Time to eat some lunch and talk some Gator sports.
Sports Scene with Steve Russell is fueled by Southeast Car Agency and brought to you in part by Titan MRI and Imaging, Gator Trim Lights, Meldon Law, Campus USA Credit Union, Pomodoro Cafe, Silverback Concrete, Quality Plumbing, Crystal Air, Ruse Ogra Insurance, Fairlife Milk, Radware, Comfort Temp, Miapa Latin Cafe, International Diamond Center, Los Senderos Tequila, Doreen Weeby Realtor, Caldwell Banker, and the Head Beer Coach.
Now, here's Steve Russell, right here on WRUF.
Welcome into Hour 2 of Sports Scene for this Prognostication Friday. I'm Steve Russell. Jessica is our producer today as we broadcast live from the Gator Trim Light Studio, invisible by day, beautiful by night, locally owned and operated right here in Gainesville. And we are fueled by our good friends at Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue, place I've done my business for years. When you go see them, make sure and tell them Sports Scene sent you because they've got the best in late model, low mileage vehicles. Big thank you to Quality Plumbing for sponsoring Hour 1 of the show. And an Hour 2 sponsor, our friends at Crystal Air and Water. Family owned and operated Crystal Air and Water services air conditioners, furnaces, boilers, and more for Gainesville, Alachua, and the nearby areas. We're not comfortable until you are. It is Prognostication Friday. We'll do Texas Tech, Utah, Auburn, Oklahoma, Michigan, Nebraska, South Carolina, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, and score the Gator game and why. Todd says, I understand 3 ways to help alleviate defensive pressure on a quarterback. Quick passes, screens, misdirection, designed running quarterback runs. Rather than having DJ sit in the pocket, going through reads and pocket collapsing, want to have more slants, traditional screens, misdirection, or some quarterback design runs that create holes and get 3 to 5 yards rather than hurried throws or sacks. Easy to say. But here's the other thing. I learned this coaching. You can design the best play. If the quarterback can't run it, it's not any good. So what does Lagway do? What's his strength? You want to, as a play caller, you want to call plays to a quarterback's strengths and not ask him to do something either A, he's not comfortable with, or B, maybe just can't do. So LSU pressured a lot. I don't think Miami's got to pressure a lot. Their front four has been really dominant to this point. So I'm interested to see what happens. Will Miami blitz him a little bit, or do they think the front four will put enough pressure on him to where that doesn't have to happen? He's got Utah, Oklahoma, Nebraska, Missouri, Illinois, Miami 34-16. Rooting for Florida, but picking with my head rather than my heart. All right, Jessica, let's go ahead and get Max Chadwick on, and then We will, for the rest of the day, have your questions, calls, and comments and predictions for the game. If you have a Facebook Live question, they're presented by Ruse Ogre State Farm. YouTube, they're presented by Campus USA Credit Union. All of our guests, courtesy of Titan MRI and Imaging, always on that phone line. Clip of the day on WRUF, Facebook, and YouTube at WRUF Home of the Gators, brought to you by our friends at Fairlife Milk. All the emails, courtesy of International Diamond Center, the official jeweler of the Florida Gators, and our guests, all courtesy of Meldon Law, the only injury law firm partner of the Florida Gators. So, with that, Tony emails. He's got Utah, OU, Michigan, Missouri, Indiana, Miami, 63-3. Tony! Mario hates us like Kirby does. Another game for Napier. They'll run it up. Our guys will lose their cool. No repercussions. We won't play them again soon. Wow. Whew. All right. Let's bring in our final guest of the day, Max Chadwick. He's at Pro Football Focus. We'll talk a little college football with him. Max, always a pleasure. Let me focus in on, obviously, the game that is the most interested here with Gator fans. Miami, in watching them a little bit, has not had to blitz a lot. They put a lot of pressure on quarterbacks with their front four. Let's start with them on the defensive side of the ball. What does Pro Football Focus see?
I see the best defensive line in America right now, Steve. Honestly, I think this Miami defensive line has been absolutely dominant so far. Ruben Bain, their edge rusher, I would argue has been the best defensive player in college football this year, at least one of the best. He's probably going to be a top 10 pick in the NFL draft for how good he's been in his whole career, but especially this year too. But I'm really excited to watch the game because I think Florida's offensive line is one of the best offensive lines in college football. So they have a lot of stars on that offensive line, and I think this is probably the best offensive line Miami's gone against all year, maybe the best offensive line that Miami will go against all year, too. So I think that Florida offensive line against Miami's defensive line, which looks like the best in the country right now, that's one of the most must-see matchups of the entire weekend.
Max, I don't disagree because going into the season, 2 preseason All-SEC picks on the offensive line, but they've really been hurt by key penalties and things. Do you think the line's performed to this point up to what it should be?
I think so. I do. I know the penalties have been, not great. Obviously, you never want to see penalties out there. But I think Florida right now is like the 3rd best pass blocking grade in all of college football right now. The problem is DJ Lagway is just not taking advantage of those clean pockets. And Steve, we chart something here at PFF called turnover-worthy plays. So basically, any play by a quarterback that is worth a turnover, like maybe a dropped interception or what have you. He had 7 turnover-worthy plays against LSU last weekend. It's actually tied for the most by a quarterback since 2019 in a game. 6 of those 7 came from a clean pocket. So he is just not taking advantage of those clean pockets right now. I think Florida's offensive line, like I said, I think it's been easily the best part of probably the entire team right now. But the problem is the rest of the offense is just not really performing that well.
To beat Miami, a lot of Gator fans think, well, obviously, Lagway's got to play better, but Jaden Ball needs to see more touches. Now, they did try to throw him the football last week. First time we've seen that. It was just okay. How big of a factor do you think Ball needs to be for Florida to be successful?
A big one. You don't want to have DJ Lagway be the one that has to be the one carrying Florida's offense out there. For a young quarterback, he's still a young quarterback in DJ Lagway. I know it's the 2nd year as a starter now, but he's still young. You want to have, someone you can rely on as not having to carry the entire offense by himself. So it's big, but also, like I said, Miami's defensive line is so good that I don't know if Florida can win this game by running the football. I think DJ Lagway has to play a lot better than what he did against LSU on Saturday and make those big-time throws down the field against Miami's secondary. I don't think that running the ball on that defensive line, which has been elite against the pass and against the run this year, I don't think running the football is going to be able to be the way for Florida to win the ball game.
I'm going to say something that's obvious here, but you'll see where I'm going, Max. Most quarterbacks, when they get people in their face, aren't as effective as when they have time to throw the football. But in watching Carson Beck against Florida last year, I think it was 3 interceptions and threw a couple last week. And it just seems like when he gets people in his face, he's a little loose with the football. Do you agree with that assessment?
I do. Yeah, Carson Beck is a guy, if you want the comparison, he's a lot like Jared Goff in the NFL. He's like the Jared Goff of college football where if everything is great around him, He is outstanding. Like, he is Carson Beck, I would argue right now, Steve, is the Heisman Trophy favorite, I would say right now, the way he's played football this year. I think he would be my vote as of right now. Obviously, a long way to go for the rest of the year, but he'd be my vote right now. But if you get him under pressure or if his receivers aren't getting open, he struggles. That's the same thing with Jared Goff, too, in the NFL. So I think Miami's offensive line has been elite. The reason why Miami's so good, Steve, in my opinion, is that their trenches, offensive line, defensive line, have been freaking dominant this year. Florida's defensive line, which I thought would be really good this year, has actually really struggled so far getting after the quarterback. And I know Caleb Banks has been banged up the entire year, but you need that defensive line to play better. And Carson Beck, from that clean pocket, it has been deadly accurate in college football. I believe is the highest completion percentage in the country this year, around 79%. So, yeah, I think Carson Beck, with that offensive line, with the receivers getting open, it could be a bad matchup for Florida's defense in this game.
If Florida is to win this game, Max, and again, you're talking to primarily a Gator audience here, what do you think Florida has to do to make that happen?
Well, first, like I said, get Carson Beck under pressure because he is almost perfect when he's within the clean pocket. I do not think if you're going to beat Carson Beck in that offense, you have to get him under pressure, make him uncomfortable because that's the way to beat him. And then second of all, Lagway has to make these throws. Like you can't be missing defenders. You can't be as inaccurate as you were against LSU. Your decision making has to be a lot better than it was in that LSU game. And obviously, too, of course, the Florida's offensive line has got to be really good and show why they're, in my opinion, they're a top 5 offensive line in the country by protecting Lagway and also creating holes in the run game for Jaden Ball to run through too. So I think really it's all about the trenches in this matchup, Steve. I think if Florida's offensive line and defensive line can at least make it neutral against Miami's offensive line and defensive line, which has been absolutely dominant this year. Miami won that game against Notre Dame because of their offensive line and defensive line. If you can make it at least more of a fight with those two units right there, Florida has a shot at pulling off an upset.
Last question. For folks who don't know, Pro Football Focus analyzes everything, and they have a staff to do that, and it's wonderful because of the things they come up with. But, doing this a long time, Max, it's amazing where some of the fan base has gone with DJ Lagway. I mean, when he first got here, throwing those balls down the field, chanting his name, in the stadium, and now there's a segment of the fan base that wants Tramell Jones to play because he's not performed well. So given that, what you see with Lagway, he has potential. There's all kinds of reasons. Maybe he's not fully healthy. He missed a lot of practice recovering from injury. He's still rusty. He gained weight, all of that. From a quarterback perspective, does he still have, in your view, the talent to become really productive?
I think so. I think he's still really young. He's only a true sophomore right now. People need to remember that. He's only, a 20-year-old kid, I believe, right now, too. So I still think he's got all the talent in the world to become really productive. Now, of course, it seems like he's taken a step back from even last year, which is worrying for Florida fans right now. I think that the decision-making you saw from Lagway has not been great so far. Whereas last year, he was a big game hunter, but also I thought he was pretty good decision-making. It was the accuracy that's kind of all over the place for him as a freshman last year. It's still the accuracy issues this year, and all of a sudden the decision-making for him has been really bad, especially in the LSU game too. So maybe it was just one game, Steve. Maybe it was just a horrendous nightmare of a game for DJ Lagway against LSU. Maybe he'll be a lot better than that the rest of the way, but he needs to play better for sure. And I don't think benching him for Florida would be very smart right now.
All right. As always, where can people see your work?
Yeah, so I host the PFF College Football Show on YouTube or anywhere you get podcasts. We did a Florida-Miami preview. We're going to do a Florida-Miami review on Sunday morning at 9 a.m. on our live show, on our live grade release show. So we're releasing the grades from all the games. And then Tuesday we do our college football preview show too. All right. We will get you back, and I always appreciate it when you do come on the show, Max. Thank you. Thanks, Steve.
You got it. They know their stuff at Pro Football Focus. Max Chadwick. Daryl joins us now. Daryl, hello.
Hey, Steve, let me get my picks in, please. I want to comment about the Gator game.
Illinois, Indiana.
Give me Indiana.
South Carolina, Missouri.
South Carolina.
Michigan, Nebraska.
Give me Michigan.
Auburn, Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
Texas Tech, Utah.
Utah.
Gator score and why?
I got money bet on the Gators, but I guess I'm going to have to cash that in. Steve, I just don't have no confidence. I mean, I think Miami maybe 34-13, something like that. My thing is, if DJ starts, throwing picks and stuff, will Billy pull him? I mean, after last weekend, I doubt it. This NIL money's at stake, and I just think Miami's probably better than LSU, Steve, what we're going to be facing tomorrow.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay. Steve, this, logistics-wise, Florida and Miami, travel schedule, more likely Florida probably bust down there, won't they?
No, they'll fly.
Oh, wow, only 30-minute flight probably.
About an hour flight, yep.
Okay. All right. Have a good weekend, Steve.
Okay, you too, Daryl. Thank you. All right, Prognostication Friday now, the rest of the day. Tampa Mike, if you sent me a Leonard's Losers script, either I lost it or didn't get it. So if you do, I'll do my weekly Leonard's Loser as we come back to Sports Scene as you listen on WRUF.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Abby Slade. The Gators head south this weekend for a matchup against number 4 Miami in Hard Rock Stadium. This past weekend in Death Valley, the Gators offensive line gave up 5 penalties, 4 of them for holding. If Florida wants to have a chance of clinching the win on the road, the offensive line is going to have to step up their game. Last night on Gator Talk, head coach Billy Napier spoke highly of veteran offensive lineman Austin Barber.
But I would say, first of all, he's smart, he's tough, he's dependable, he has character, you can trust him, and it's important to him. He takes it personal, and a work ethic, an attitude, and an effort second to none.
Live coverage of the game starts at 4:30 right here on WRUF. Tonight, the Gators volleyball team is on the road for their match against Marquette, where new head coach Ryan Tice coached for 11 years prior to his time in Florida. First serve is at 7.
Transform your home with Gator trim lights. Professionally installed, permanent outdoor lighting that disappears by day and dazzles by night. Our patented color-matched channel blends seamlessly with your roof line. No clips, no wires, just a clean, custom look. Use the easy app to light up the holidays, birthdays, game days, any day. Energy efficient, built to last, and backed by a lifetime product warranty. Schedule your free estimate today at GatorTrimLight.com.
Hey, folks, it's Steve Russell for my friends at Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue. They've been in business for over 45 years. That in itself says a whole lot. Take a look around you when you drive. Take a look at the car in front of you, alongside of you. There's a really good chance it'll have a Southeast Car Agency tag, just like my vehicle does, and many vehicles before that have as well. When you go see them in person, make sure and tell them Sports Scene sent you to the good people at Southeast Car Agency, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue, Gainesville.
International Diamond Center's values are so compelling, it's not unusual to see people here that are not local.
Every day, we have people that drive an hour and a half, even 2 hours.
IDC owner Keith LeClaire.
People are willing to drive because they've heard it's not a typical jewelry store.
For example, did you know IDC has one of the largest selections of luxury pre-owned Rolexes in America?
You're going to want to come to IDC. It's worth the drive.
International Diamond Center in Celebration Point and online at shopidc.com.
It's no fun being injured. The last thing you want to deal with is long wait times or high costs. Well, guess what? You don't have to, thanks to Titan MRI and Imaging. The experience at Titan MRI and Imaging is much more personal than the sterile atmosphere of a hospital. Joe and his team are personally involved and will guide you through the entire process at any of their 3 convenient locations. And they accept insurance. So if you need a scan, save time and money and call Titan MRI and Imaging. Learn more at TitanMRI.com.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Florida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Florida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
90 years ago, 9 University of Florida faculty members started something big, Campus USA Credit Union, the first credit union on a U.S. college campus. Today, Campus USA is 160,000 members strong, proudly serving the community with auto loans, business loans, mortgages, and more. Whether you're just starting out or building your future, Campus is here to help you every step of the way. Stop by any campus location or join the team at campuscu.com. Campus USA Credit Union, celebrating 90 years of better banking.
You work hard to provide a better life for your family. The only problem is that you now have a tax bill that you can't afford to pay. The IRS is now threatening to garnish your wages and put a levy on your bank account. You can't ignore the IRS. They won't go away on their own. You need help, and you need it now. Call the Tax Pros at United Tax Fix today. Call 800-762-2768. That's 800-762-2768. You're listening to Sports Scene with Steve Russell, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
All right. Ready for the Leonard's Loser? Here we go. The giant water lizards take their pigskin down to Coral Gables, where a storm is brewing and should make landfall as a Cat 5. Now, these Crocs have faced many stormy weekends already, and if the preseason hype of their quarterback doesn't show some form, these reptiles will be in the eye of another one. Mercy, Percy, get me out of here. Leonard's Loser, Florida. All right, Mike, thank you for that. Boxing Jim, hello.
Hey, Steve. Well, let me get my picks out of the way, please.
All right. Illinois, Indiana.
I believe Illinois is going to win that.
South Carolina, Missouri.
I'm big in Missouri.
Michigan, Nebraska.
Wow. I'll go with Nebraska.
Auburn, Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
Texas Tech, Utah.
Texas Tech.
Gator scoring why?
Well, Miami will win because they're playing in Miami. Miami's better. Beck is a better quarterback. Florida offense has only scored a couple of touchdowns the last few games. So last week I picked Florida scoring 10 points, and I was right on that. This week they'll do a little better. I think Florida will score 20 points, but then Carson Beck and Miami will score 35, so Miami wins.
All right, Jim, thank you. Appreciate the call. YouTube questions brought to you by Campus USA Credit Union. William says Aiden Mizell needs to get the ball. He's done well. Ray says, my opinion, this comes down to the offensive line. If Miami gets pressure with the front four, it's going to be a tough day for Florida. Do you agree? Yes, I do. Unfortunately, he says Miami 27 and Gators 13. Woody, hello.
Yeah, hey, Steve. I'm kind of with Daryl. I don't really have a lot of confidence. 41 games worth of, I don't know. Anyway, I'm hoping that, like your guest said, we get at least a stalemate when it comes on the two lines of scrimmage, and we can play a clean game. But I expect Miami to win, and I don't like the sound of that. Okay. I just don't. I don't. I'm not rooting against my team, but 41 games. They beat Notre Dame and USF, and we haven't beaten anybody like that this year. So, I did want to ask you what you think is the most interesting game, might be the best game of the day, and if it's different from your first answer, I also want to ask you what you think is the most important game, the most, having the most consequences over the weekend here.
Well, I mean, Florida-Miami, I think, is the most important game. It has tons of consequences. And obviously, if Miami wins, they keep their ranking. Florida loses. Billy Napier's hot seat becomes that much hotter, and vice versa. If Miami loses, it won't cost Cristobal, but, the fan base will grumble. And for Billy Napier, it would be a much, 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 much needed win, especially going into a bye week. So I think, now look, Texas Tech, Utah, that's two ranked teams. Illinois, Indiana, two ranked teams. But I think the Florida-Miami game is the marquee game.
Okay. Even with a 9.5-point spread.
Yeah.
Just because of the consequences.
Yes. Yes. I forget the spread. I'm just saying consequences for, winning and losing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Woody.
Thank you. Have a
yes,
good
sir.
one.
Appreciate you. All right. Andrew, do you think Ewers should have copied what Carson Beck did in transfer? He's gone. I mean, I don't understand the question, Andrew. Stephen, for many years, Florida-Auburn was a great and even football series. Would it be something if Auburn was picked as one of the annual opponents? Well, the next 4, yeah. We'll see what the next 4 years brings. You're right. Wesley's got Tech, Mizzou, Huskers, Boomer Sooners, Hoosiers, Canes 23-13, turnovers and penalties at the worst time. Roger says Utes over the Raiders, Illinois in the system is too loud for Indiana. Mizzou wins the cockfight. Cornhuggers over Michigan. Boomer Sooner runs over Albany, and he's got Miami 42, Gators 13 because Billy Napier does all the off-field stuff but can't get out of his own way on the field. Malik, up to this point, Florida's yet to play its A game or a complete game. I think this game will put UF over the hump and also get Lagway back on track. This is an in-state rivalry. We owe Miami from what they came and did to us last year. Hope the players and coaches feel the same way. Art, if you're an auto store, put a bad tire on your car and blew it out in the ride home, would you go back if they said they would do better next time? Napier said he'll do better next time for 4 years. Might be nice, but he can't get it done. Let's all move on. Miami 49 and Florida 20. William, for some reason there's this resistance by the media and others that if we fire Billy, everybody says, who are you going to get? I don't say that, right? All I'm saying is if the fan base is not excited with an up-and-comer, right? In other words, I'll ask you this, William, and you can email me back. I'm not saying you don't replace a coach because there's no obvious candidate, but I would say who's out there that just you're screaming to get to Florida, right? John Gruden, stop it. Please stop it. Okay? So who's out there? Now, I've got some people that I think would be a good fit here, right? But that's where I am on this subject, right? That if you're not, there's a segment of the fan base that wants a home run hire. Well, Todd Golden was not a home run hire when he was hired. Could you tell me the school he came from when he was hired? Probably not. But he's turned out to be a home run hire. He said, very similar to the discussion about Mike White, respectfully, you were very critical of the fan base, stated the fans drove him out. They did. You don't accept mediocrity on your show. Yes, I do. Oh, on my show, I see what he's saying. So why should we accept mediocrity as a fan base? I'm not saying accept it, right? I guess we all have definitions of what mediocrity is. I'm so glad this fan base didn't accept it for Mike White. Aren't you? I mean, it doesn't affect me one way or the other. Is there a chance the next time after Billy does not work out? Sure. However, I would take my chances every day and twice on Sunday, then stand by and accept irrelevancy. Okay. That last sentence right there, William, I'm okay with. If you're willing to accept that and understand the next hire could be a not-so-good one, I'm right with you. Because, again, is there a Dabo out there? Is there somebody that's currently coaching, and I'm going to say this again, are you going to get Ryan Day? Are you going to get Dan Lanning? Are you going to get, somebody like that? Maybe, but I don't know. We'll take a break, come back. Still plenty of time for you to pick the games this week and plenty of time to get your predictions on Florida and Miami as you listen to Sports Scene on WRUF, powered by ESPN.
You're home for Thursday Night Football all season long, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Every great team is built on a solid game plan, sharp execution, and total trust in the crew beside you. At Quality Plumbing, we bring that same championship mindset to every job we do. For over 40 years, we've been the starting lineup for homes and businesses across North Central Florida, delivering reliable service, expert craftsmanship, and big wins for our customers. Call us today or visit qualityplumbing.com. We're your first string team. License number CFC 043073.
Need a new AC and wondering who to call? I'm Kirk Smith, owner of Crystal Air and Water. Our team of professionals are strongly committed to responsiveness, problem resolution, customer satisfaction, and service excellence. We promise to meet the heating and cooling needs of your home with the most effective and energy-efficient products available. Maybe that's why we're the most liked AC company on Facebook. Follow us today. Crystal Air and Water, online at acpenguin.com.
License number CMC 1249384.
Yes, I'm calling Crystal Air and Water. Call Crystal.
For over 2 decades, Miapa has been a staple in Alachua County. Start your day right at Miapa, where fast and affordable authentic cuisine awaits.
We're known for serving the best Cuban coffee.
Our secret is in every sip and every bite, bringing the flavor of our culture straight to your palate. Everyone is welcome at Miapa Latin Cafe. Visit us at one of our locations and let us take you on a journey full of flavor. Miapa Latin Cafe, where every bite is a taste of tradition.
Hey, have you ever talked to Ruse Agra over at State Farm?
Oh yeah, Ruse is awesome. Helped me get a ton of coverage for way less than I expected, and he serves all of North Florida. Super friendly too, actually takes time to explain everything.
Really? I thought State Farm would be pricey.
No, surprisingly great rates. You get that neighborly service you don't find everywhere. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I might give Ruse at State Farm a call.
You should. Call 352-240-1779 for a free quote. You'll be glad you did.
Individual premiums will vary by customer. All applicants subject to State Farm underwriting requirements.
After you work out, you can feel worn out. Reach for Core Power and rise to a whole new level of recovery. Protein to build muscle. Electrolytes to help hydrate. The nutrition you need to power on. Champion your recovery with Core Power.
There are plenty of realtors in town, but few work as hard, respond as quickly, or care as deeply as Doreen Wiebe of Caldwell Banker MM Parish. Community-driven and client-focused, Doreen will work with you to ensure your satisfaction. Whether you're buying or selling, she brings persistence, preparation, and heart to every deal. With Doreen, you're not just another transaction. You're a priority. Call 352-562-1411. That's 352-562-1411.
When you're ready to stop juggling high-interest credit cards, when you're ready for one simple payment instead of 5, when you're ready to see the finish line on your debt, Radiant Credit Union is ready too. Radiant's special low-interest personal loan can help you consolidate debt into one predictable monthly payment. With a fixed rate and term, no surprises, and fast approvals by our local lending team, you'll know exactly when you'll be debt-free. So when you're ready to take control, Radiant is ready to help. Visit radiantcu.org. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hey, it's Jeff Cardozo and Pat Dooley. Join us today at 4 for the tailgate. Right here on WRUF 98.1 FM and 850 AM, your home for Gator Sports.
Crystal Air and Water is sponsoring Hour 2 of Sports Scene. We appreciate them and all of our sponsors. And by the way, if you want to be a sponsor of the show, we'd love to have you. You can call Freddie, 352-284-3733, and he will make that happen. Welcome back to Sports Scene, our final half hour today, as we come to you from the Gator Trim Light Studio, and we are fueled by Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville at 310 Northeast 39th Avenue, the best in late model, low mileage vehicles. If you have a Facebook question, they're brought to you by Ruse State Farm. YouTube questions brought to you by Campus USA Credit Union. All of our phone callers courtesy of the Titan MRI and Imaging phone line. And if you have an email, International Diamond Center email, srussell@wruf.com. And all of our guests, of course, presented by Meldon Law. Bernard, welcome.
Steve, how you doing? Steve, I was on a cruise, so I'm a little behind. Thank God I was able to watch the game, and I listened to you last Saturday. Thank God for Wi-Fi. Steve, the LSU game, it looked like to me, and you mentioned this, LSU had 8 guys in the box. And I know they said the offensive line is not playing up to par, but I'm a knowledgeable sports fan, but I now have the knowledge of an offensive coordinator. So my question to you, Steve, when you got 8 guys in the box, they coming in the gaps that's messing with your running game. And to me, defensively, they said, we're going to rush. You said something on almost every down, Steve, until the end. LSU rushed more than 4 guys, defenders. So the idea was we're going to make DJ drop it off, and we will tackle before you get beyond the first down marker. Steve, my question to you, how as an so they dictate to Florida, how does the offense turn that round and dictate to the defense? How as an offensive coordinator do you attack that type of defensive scheme, because you know Florida is going to continue to see it until they solve it?
Well, they didn't always have 8 in the box, but what they did do is they'd have, front 4, and then they would walk up linebackers, even safeties, pre-snap, and then come at Lagway from different places on the field, right? But if you anticipate that, in other words, if you think they're going to come at you, right, then you got 2 things you have to do. One is you better have a hot receiver. You better have somebody where you can get rid of the football, because you're not probably going to have time enough to scan the field and then look for somebody downfield. Or number 2, if you, again, are anticipating a blitz, then can you they don't even do a draw play anymore, but that's what I would do. Or, something quick, get the ball out of the quarterback's hands, get it on the perimeter, because now you have one-on-one coverage, and then hopefully you can break a big play.
See, the other thing is this, that those interceptions, the one before half and the one return, that defense is designed to make you think that guy's open and that guy's not there to safety. That's like that's like the desert when you think you see water and you don't. So I don't know how they're going to attack Miami. It will be interesting. See, let me say this. I think the only thing we can do now is be patient, let the season play itself out, and I have confidence that Scott Strickland will make the best decision in the interest of the program. Steve, you take care and have a great weekend, okay?
Okay, Bernard, you too. Thank you. But I will say this. Patience is gone for most people. Patience is gone. Andrew, hello.
Yes, good afternoon, Steve. I just have one thing to say, and then I'll do my picks.
All right.
One thing. Okay, last game, this is just sticking out in my mind. We have a ball thrown relatively long. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 3, 4 LSU defenders within 5 yards of the receiver. And the ball gets picked. Now, in the days between Monday and Thursday, guys get on the bus, I don't think that kind of error can be corrected. It can be improved a bit, but I don't blame DJ at all. At all. I do blame the messenger. Somehow the message is not getting across, or it's not being delivered in the proper way that it can produce effectiveness on the field. And now I'd like to do my pick, sir.
I have no idea what you just said. What do you mean the message? The message. What does that mean?
The messenger. You have a message to tell him when he comes off the field. You've got a message. You've got something to tell him when he's on the sidelines in practice. You have a message to tell him, look, if you guys...
And you're telling me, Andrew, that you don't think in practice there's somebody that's not telling him something from the sidelines. Is that what you're telling me?
I don't think it's either getting across or it's the right thing.
Okay.
That's what
Fair
I'm
enough.
telling you.
Okay.
Can I do the pick?
Sure. Illinois, Indiana.
Indiana.
South Carolina, Missouri.
I'm going with South Carolina.
Michigan, Nebraska.
Nebraska.
Texas Tech, Utah.
Texas Tech.
Auburn, Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
Gator score and why?
Gator score. It hurts me so bad, Steve. I'm going to just skip it, okay? It really hurts.
Nobody's ever done that in all the years of doing this. The hell, I'm going to skip it. Okay, that's cool. All right. Thank you, Andrew.
I wish the Gators would win, but good night.
All right. Thank you, Andrew. Nobody's ever done that before. Skip it. Heck with it. Georgia Gator, hello.
Hello, Steve. Let's get to the picks, then we'll discuss the Gators.
All right. South Carolina, Missouri.
Missouri.
Nobody's picked. Poor South Carolina. Nobody's picking them. Illinois, Indiana.
Illinois.
Michigan, Nebraska.
Michigan.
I like Nebraska here. I don't know why. Auburn, Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
Texas Tech, Utah.
Utah.
And Gator score and why?
Steve, I called last week and I said I haven't seen anything yet for me to pick them to win, and guess what? I didn't see it last weekend either.
Okay.
But I got this scenario in the back of my mind. I don't know. I ain't been drinking, but I could just see us going down there this weekend and losing, and then winning, coming back the following off the bye week and just winning out and doing this all over again on like Groundhog Day.
Okay. I mean, it was done once. Certainly the schedule is tough, but, Florida did it last year. We will certainly see. They get a bye week to either celebrate or straighten it out, one of the two, so we'll see.
All right, Steve, you have a good one, buddy.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you. Adam, welcome to Sports Scene.
Hey, Steve, man, fantastic Friday. Thank you for the show. Yeah, let's get the picks out of the way, and we'll talk about the Florida-Miami game.
Texas Tech, Utah.
Utah.
Auburn, Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
Michigan. Nobody's picked Auburn. Michigan, Nebraska.
I like Nebraska.
South Carolina, Missouri.
South Carolina bounces back.
Illinois, Indiana.
Oh, boy. Is Indiana at home?
Yes, Indiana's home.
Give me the Hoosiers.
Gator score and why?
Look, hey, your last caller, man, it just helped me smile a little bit. All right, like for real, like it could happen. It could happen, Steve. Like, and this is nothing against the team. I hate to pick the way I'm going to pick, but I mean, this is nothing against the team. We have an incredibly talented team. Big guy can't get out of his own way. It seems he does the opposite thing when you want to swerve left, he goes right. It doesn't make any sense. It's a mess, Steve. Miami, 27-20. Go Gators.
All right. Thank you, Adam. We have time for Mike. Mike, hello.
Hey, Steve. How you doing, bud?
Doing well.
Can I make my picks?
Yep. South Carolina, Missouri.
Missouri.
Illinois, Indiana.
Illinois.
Michigan, Nebraska.
Michigan.
Auburn, Oklahoma.
Auburn.
Texas Tech, Utah.
Texas Tech, the best team money can buy.
And
they put money.
Yeah, Gator score and why?
Well, unfortunately, Miami 28, Florida 17. I just think there's too much that needed to improve from LSU game to here to beat Miami. And I just don't think you can make that big of improvement in 1 week. And I did want to say, Steve, I hope nothing that like happened pregame at LSU happens again. That was really embarrassing, and you could tell the Gators, the Clyburn was trying to break it up, and Gator players, they had no business doing that. It's just Bush League, and it's punky, and then have a coach involved. Did he get suspended for 3 games?
Yes.
Yeah, that's just not a good look.
No, it's not.
Come on. Yeah, come on. Have some character. That's what I thought he was bringing to this program. So that makes me worry. And then you got a guy who spits in the face, and then he's playing the next game. I hope they get a little stricter over there.
Okay. Mike, thank you. Appreciate it. Yep, thank you. James says, I'm curious on who you have in the NFL hot seat. Who's your pick for NL and AL MVP? I don't have anybody on the hot seat because, 2 weeks does not make a seat hot. So nobody. I think the American League is going to come down to Aaron Judge or Cal Raleigh. The National League, I think you could make several choices. Let me ponder that, but I'm almost positive that it'll be either Judge or Raleigh in the American League. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back, and then we'll have our final segment of Sports Scene as you listen on WRUF.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Josh Stevens. Despite back-to-back losses for Florida, Coach Billy Napier expressed his confidence in his squad for the rest of the season on Gator Talk.
There's an opportunity there, right? I'm more confident than I have been at any point in this offseason about this team as a result of what we saw Saturday.
Florida will have their next chance to reward Napier's confidence tomorrow night when they travel to South Beach to take on number 4 Miami. But how will the Gators deal with a familiar opposing quarterback in Carson Beck? Despite losing to Georgia last year, Florida intercepted Beck 3 times and hope for a similar performance tomorrow. Catch live coverage of the game here on WRUF at 4:30. The Gators soccer team failed to notch their first conference win last night, falling to number 24 Oklahoma 2-1. Florida will have a chance to move into the SEC win column Sunday when they host number 15 South Carolina.
From intimate weddings to big family reunions, corporate lunches to unforgettable celebrations, let Pomodoro Cafe bring the soul of Italy to your next event. UF, Shands, HCA, and everywhere else in Alachua County, we'll bring everything you love straight to your table. Established in 1991, Pomodoro Cafe has been Gainesville's go-to for rich, authentic Italian cuisine made with love. Perfect food, seamless service, timeless flavor. Visit PomodoroCafe.com and let's start planning.
At Comfort Temp Heating and Air, we're proud to celebrate 40 years as your #1 local HVAC company. We offer energy-efficient solutions featuring quality products from Lennox. Whether it's new installation, system repairs, or routine maintenance, we promise to never sell you anything you don't need. Our professional and experienced technicians provide reliable service you can trust and will keep you informed throughout the entire process. At Comfort Temp, comfort is our business. Peace of mind is our promise.
The commitment from IDC to first responders is really extraordinary.
Veteran firefighter Johnny Hinton talks about International Diamond Center's ongoing support for our heroes in uniform.
IDC has helped us raise just massive amounts of money.
Johnny says in addition to corporate gifts to support charity fundraisers, IDC is there every day, helping first responders with an extra 15% discount on any purchase.
Again, thank you guys so much.
International Diamond Center at Celebration Point.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Florida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Florida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
Looking for a weekend escape with unforgettable flavor? Just a short drive from Gainesville, discover Zizania Farms and Sofra in Newberry, a hidden culinary gem open every Saturday and Sunday from 11 to 9. Enjoy authentic Egyptian-inspired farm-to-table dishes made with pasture-raised meats, fresh produce, and bold, unforgettable flavors, all served on a peaceful farmstead patio. Excellent food from farm to table every Saturday and Sunday. Find them on Facebook. Just search Zizania Farms.
Attention local and regional CDLA drivers in the North Florida area. Pritchett Trucking is currently looking for local and regional drivers. Are you looking for a driver-friendly environment? Pritchett Trucking offers more home time, great pay, and great benefits, including health insurance and paid time off. And they also offer a quarterly performance and safety program, plus a sign-on bonus. Pritchett Trucking's regional drivers are home weekends and local drivers are home daily. If you're at least 23 years old and want a rewarding career with great pay, don't let the opportunity pass you by. Apply online at PritchettTrucking.com.
Hi, I'm Chef Justin Timoneri, Florida's culinary ambassador. If you've enjoyed preparing fresh from Florida recipes, then you're going to love the Fresh from Florida Club. As a member, you'll be able to search and save delicious recipes, create custom menus, and ask me your cooking questions. Each month, you'll also get a list of what's in season, so you can make your family the freshest meals possible. It's free and easy to sign up. And best of all, you'll be supporting Florida's farmers, ranchers, and fishermen. Join the club at freshfromflorida.com today.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
Skies staying sunny for us for our Friday afternoon. Temperatures today in the low 90s. Feels like temperatures in the mid 90s with a nice breeze occasionally gusting to 20 miles an hour. Staying mostly clear for your Friday evening and overnight. Lows to start off our Saturday near 70. Your weekend forecast is looking great. Mostly sunny skies both days. Highs near 90. A very low chance for a passing afternoon shower. From the WUFT Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Megan Borowski.
This is Jeff Cardozo. Today at 4, tune in for the tailgate with myself and Pat Dooley, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM. Your home for Gator sports.
The home stretch of a Friday sports scene today as we broadcast live from Gator Trim Light Studio, and we are fueled by Southeast Car Agency. Let's get Lake Lure Mike. Hello, Mike.
Hey, Steve. How you doing today?
Good, sir.
I hope this is our last game against Miami. I don't see any advantage in us scheduling them every year.
Well, they're not scheduled every year.
Well, I mean, ever. They've got the perfect formula. They recruit well. They recruit for players that don't mind playing in front of 38,000 fans. They play close. They get a big game, though, and that place goes nuts. Those players play out of their minds, and this is going to be a sellout, just like last week. You know, home team USF. Gators are a big draw. Hopefully, we have some fans there too, but I just don't see the advantage of playing them anymore.
Okay, I like the game.
I think they've had their chances to be in a real conference. SEC's invited them. They haven't even won an ACC in 10 years, but they're going to play over their heads. We're going to get beat. I predict 31-13, but I hope it's the last time.
Okay. Appreciate your call, Mike. Thank you very much. John, welcome to Sports Scene.
Hey, Steve, let me get my picks in.
All right. South Carolina, Missouri.
Missouri.
Illinois, Indiana.
Illinois.
Auburn, Oklahoma.
For some reason, I'm thinking Auburn might pull off one.
Okay. Michigan, Nebraska.
Nebraska.
Texas Tech, Utah.
Texas Tech.
And Gator scoring what?
Can I give you a score from the heart and one from the mind on this game?
Sure.
My heart says somehow, some way, we're going to pull off a stunner and 24-21 late field goal. But then realistically, my mind is saying 41-17 Miami. I hope not, and I hope, upon everything else, that Coach Napier doesn't add another accolade that's not good to his resume by being, what will this, if we lose, be the first time we've been 1-3 and since we in the 70s?
Yeah, I mean, the schedule has got something to do with that, but I understand your point.
Yeah, but like I say, I hope for the best and all, but yeah, this is a big game for Miami, and I maybe the two teams, Notre Dame's not as good as what we, what everybody thought they were, and maybe South Florida was spent from the previous two games, whereas maybe a little, maybe Miami's not as good as what we think, but I'm afraid Florida's going to be in for a struggle. But enjoy the game, and I'll be watching it and rooting them on no matter what.
All right, John. Appreciate your call. Thank you. I forgot to mention about National League MVP. You know who? Kyle Schwarber. I mean, look, guys don't hit for average much now, but he's got, 50-something homers? He's driven in 128, 130 runs. Ohtani would certainly be somebody. And you know who is number 2 in Major League Baseball and runs batted in? Pete Alonso. Quietly, 121, I think, RBI. And he could be a free agent. So the Mets have a decision to make. He could opt out, and I have a feeling he will opt out. And we'll see what happens with that. Tony says, where would you put Kershaw on the list of great Dodger pitchers? I'm a little biased here. He's going to be in the Hall of Fame. He is a surefire Hall of Famer. But he's not Sandy Koufax. Maybe not even Don Drysdale, but I would put Kershaw 2 or 3, Tony. He's pretty special. I just think, he doesn't overpower you, obviously, but I also think he's a first ballot Hall of Famer as well. All right, want to get a quick call, and you can. I got a couple of emails, but I do want to thank, again, all of our sponsors today. WRUF for sponsoring our Facebook Live questions. Campus USA Credit Union for sponsoring our YouTube questions. All the phone calls, courtesy of Titan MRI and Imaging. Our emails, courtesy of International Diamond Center. All of our guests, presented by Meldon Law. And Crystal Air and Water, sponsoring hour 2 of the show today. We appreciate them doing that. And again, we thank all of our sponsors for being part of the program. We are going to have the Extra Point postgame show tomorrow night. Your chance to call in and talk about the game. We'll probably be on the air about midnight or so, but guess what? I'll take a nap, and we'll be here. We'll take your questions, calls, and comments after that. And a reminder, again, the SEC is not paying me for this, but as a fan, you might want to understand this. They're going to announce the football opponents for the next 4 years for every SEC school. It's going to be Tuesday, September 23rd. Okay, this Tuesday, 7 o'clock, SEC Network and ESPN2. Matchups for the next 4 years. And the dates will be announced in December. So that's going to be interesting to see, how the schedule will change. Certainly you would think it's not going to be as difficult for Florida. You would think that. But I guess we will see. But at least we'll know come Tuesday. All right. Swamp Train, you got a minute. Go.
Hey, I ain't got long on here, Steve. I ain't had but a couple. But I got the Gators going in here, pulling off a victory right here, 24-27 Florida. I ain't going to worry about the rest of the picks there. And my other thing is, hey, by this being a game that's not too far from the Swamp, do the kids that don't get to play in the game, are they able to travel down on their own, or how does that work, if you don't mind? I take it off air, buddy.
Okay, thank you. In other words, if they're not on the team, is that what you're asking? They would have to do that on their own dime. The team wouldn't pay for it. But I mean, they take a travel squad, and it's not an SEC game, so it can be a bigger squad. That's going to be it for the show today. Thanks to Jessica for producing it. Thanks to you for being part of it. Enjoy your weekend. And we'll talk tomorrow on the Extra Point postgame show and then talk all about it Monday on Sports Scene. I'm Steve Russell. Have a great weekend.
For Sunday Night Football, all season long. WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Need a new AC and wondering who to call? I'm Kirk Smith, owner of Crystal Air and Water. Our team of professionals are strongly committed to responsiveness, problem resolution, customer satisfaction, and service excellence. We promise to meet the heating and cooling needs of your home with the most effective and energy-efficient products available. Maybe that's why we're the most liked AC company on Facebook. Follow us today. Crystal Air and Water, online at acpenguin.com.
License number CMC 1249384.
Yes, I'm calling Crystal Air and Water. Call Crystal.
Hey, it's Steve Russell for Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue. Friends, they've been in business for 45-plus years, and the Cousins family has done just one thing, but, man, they've done it right. They give you the best alternative you have to purchasing a new vehicle, the best in late-model, low-mileage vehicles. I'm driving one right now, have been for a very long time. They've treated me right. They'll do the same thing for you. Go see them today, Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville.
There are plenty of realtors in town, but few work as hard, respond as quickly, or care as deeply as Doreen Wiebe of Caldwell Banker Parish. Community-driven and client-focused, Doreen will work with you to ensure your satisfaction. Whether you're buying or selling, she brings persistence, preparation, and heart to every deal. With Doreen, you're not just another transaction. You're a priority. Call 352-562-1411. That's 352-562-1411.
Want to get your brand noticed? At Radware, we help you stand out with custom corporate apparel, branded uniforms, and promotional swag that gets attention. From trade shows to team uniforms, we've got you covered. Radware even works with major names like the University of Florida. Boost your brand visibility today. Visit radware.com. That's radware.com and let your brand shine. He's got the 1966 Heisman Trophy, the 1996 National Championship Trophy, and 7 SEC trophies. Now he's got a new trophy, a can of beer. Steve Spurrier was the head ball coach. Now you can call him the head beer coach. Head Beer Coach 1966 Lager is available in 16-ounce cans at Gator games and stores all across Gainesville. You can also get it in the can or on draft at Spurrier's Gridiron Grill. Refreshing in all kinds of weather, Head Beer Coach 1966 Lager, a legend in a can.
Hey Gators, are you ready to rep your team in style? Head over to Alma Mater, the ultimate Florida Gator store right here in Gainesville, where you'll find everything you need to show off your Gator pride. From one-of-a-kind Gator tees and hats to NIL gear, we've got the perfect Gator swag for every fan. Whether you're gearing up for game day or just want to add some orange and blue to your wardrobe, we've got you covered. Everything designed and produced right here in the swamp. Visit us today at Alma Mater on the corner of 34th and University or almamaterdesign.com. Go Gators!
The Florida Department of Corrections is hiring with immediate openings throughout Florida. Earn a starting salary of $22 per hour, plus up to a $6,000 hiring bonus in many locations. No experience is necessary, and all training is provided. Officers receive a salary and are immediately eligible for benefits, including health insurance, retirement, and paid time off, plus a free college tuition waiver. Visit FLDOCjobs.com to apply today. That's FLDOCjobs.com.
From the Spurrier's Gridiron Grill Studio, WRUF Gainesville, W251CG Gainesville, WRUF FM HD2, and on the WRUF radio app. You've heard his voice for more than 2 decades.
Out of the shotgun, pistol formation, pulls it back. Here comes the ball, near side, wide open, and it's caught. Is he in bounds? Yes, he was. Second TD pass of the game.
Now, winter has come to Gainesville and joined Gator Nation.
Telvin Smith of the Jaguars joins us here on Football Sunday on ESPN Radio.
It's the Sports Lab with Kevin Winter right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
Flushed out of the pocket, throws back in the end zone, and it's knocked away!
Now, here's Kevin Winter.
I'm not going to lie. I feel like all of us Gator fans are we're the guy who is waiting to find out if the test results say it's your kid. Like, we're all sitting back waiting to find out, is this... Because I feel like we're all waiting to find out tomorrow evening. We know what's going to happen, but we're hoping. You know, I just feel like that's where we're at. Maybe some can relate, maybe some can't. Kevin Winter with you here on a Friday. WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM. We are your home for Gator sports. I'll also say this. If you're a fan of the Miami Hurricanes and you're a fan of the Florida Gators, not the Miami Hurricanes, the Miami Dolphins. If you're a fan of the Miami Dolphins and you're a fan of the Florida Gators, man, this has sucked for you. Tua last night, good God. Tua, where are you going, brother? Tua, what are you doing? What are you doing? Tua, where are we going with that ball, pal? I don't know. I'm curious what your reaction is, what you're thinking about for tomorrow. Is this just the for the doomsdayers out there? Is this just the ear of inevitability? That it's the trip to Miami to go get your butt whipped? Or for those who believe, how and why do you believe? Take your comments and thoughts on that all day long. 392-8255, 392-8255. By the way, the kid's got a chuckle out of my comment off the top. It happens. You guys will learn. I want to believe. I want to hope. I want to be Andy Dufresne in Shawshank Redemption. I want to say hope is a good thing. When Red told me hope was a bad thing, I believe there's hope. I think this team believes there's hope for tomorrow night. I think this team still believes there's hope for the season. I know most of you on our YouTube channel, you don't believe there's hope. You think this is dog walk time tomorrow night and then Sunday afternoon you think the plug's getting pulled. Look, is that a possibility? Of course it's a possibility. Anything's possible. Sunday, Monday, we're in a bye week. Like, this is the ultimate. If anything is going to happen, if the Gators show up tomorrow night, and in particular the Gator offense, if the Gator offense doesn't start rounding into form tomorrow night, if DJ doesn't show what he's supposed to be tomorrow night, that's going to probably be, along with the USF loss, the death nail. It all relies on DJ. And I haven't been with you since Wednesday. I'm not sure if ever. In fact, let me phrase this. I know this young man has never failed before, and he's failing now. So how do you get him out of this? Well, it's a two-pronged approach. It belongs to the coach and the play callers, which, by the way, is Billy. It all belongs to the quarterback. Can the quarterback right the ship? We're going to hear from my conversation with Ada Mizell, Florida Gator wide receiver, coming up later on. Because I asked him directly, how do you as teammates help DJ through this time? The slings and the arrows are coming for DJ. How do you help him through all this? 392-8255, 392-8255. Follow us on our YouTube channels. At WRUF, home of the Gators, YouTube. At WRUF is our social media channels. You want to go directly to me, at Kevin P. Winter, Kevin, P as in Patrick, Kevin P. Winter. If you missed Gator Talk with Billy Napier last night, let's start with Billy. This is where it gets frustrating, I'm sure, for you guys, because you hear Billy Monday through Thursday and Monday through Friday. And Billy says the right things. Like, I'm driving home listening last night when I left here, and I'm listening to Billy, and everything Billy said is it's what you want to hear out of your coach, right? He says the things that you want to hear that would inspire belief and inspire you to get the feeling of, all right, we've got a shot. And one of it has to do with Billy elaborated a lot on quarterback DJ Lagway in his interview as he sat down with Sean Kelly. Billy was really open about the struggles of DJ.
All about his responsibility to the team, right? When you hear him talk about it, the first thing he says is, hey, I let down the guys, and I think that that's what motivates him. I think that's what makes him impressive, in my opinion, is just his ability to improve, to be at his best so he can do the best job he can do for his teammates. I've seen players rally around the guy. These type of experiences, when you have a guy who is special, that has character and humility, and they respect as a leader and as a competitor, they come to his defense a little bit, so it kind of, I think it's a little bit of a spark. I do think for him, it's important to keep it as technical as we can, right? Because it's all very correctable. And we have to understand the guy missed spring practice. He misses training camp. This is literally his fifth week of practice. So just part of the growing pains of the off season that he's had, right? I think it's important for us to all kind of frame it up that way. So I do think that he has kind of flipped the switch a little bit this week. And it reminds me of how he was last year a little bit in terms of he was just trying to stay afloat. He was that rookie that was just trying to keep his chin above the water. And that may be a good thing for him, because he's not worried about anything else except getting ready for the next opportunity.
All right, so there's Billy last night, part of the conversation for a half hour with Sean Kelly on Gator Talk. Kevin Winter with you, WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM. So I want to take two things out of that. Everything is correctable. To me, that means his mechanics are off. Correctable to me means mechanics. Or, back to the point where Billy said he missed so much time. How is it correctable? By missing time, that means you're out of shape. So those two things are correctable. Billy said the word growing pains. You don't have time for growing pains in college football. That's what sucks. When you've got a kid and you got a quarterback with that much talent, you don't have time for growing pains. And you especially don't have time for growing pains given what happened 2 Saturdays ago. You could have had the growing pains if the USF GAC didn't happen. So now, this is where I go back to off the top. Are you waiting to find out on the paternity test, is it your baby or not? Because tomorrow night, you find out. If it's your baby, that means it's over. If it's not, we're off and running. We got a game. We can salvage the season. Unfortunately, it falls to Billy. This is also something that I have been hearing a lot. I've talked to many people about it. Sean and Billy discussed this last evening, and I thought it was one of the best analogies that Sean Kelly brought up. Maybe not. Maybe it was Sean and Billy. Sean and Billy.
I was probably like most every fan after the game. Like, wanted to kick my backpack down the road, all that stuff. Coach, the more I went back and watched, you and I had a conversation on Monday. I just feel like y'all are so freaking close. I mean, not to use that kind of language, but that's what – and I'm wondering, do the guys feel that way?
Yeah,
do they understand that, I guess?
They probably feel it more than anybody else in the world, I would tell you that. So this is a group that's invested a lot, and I think that they're very aware of all parts of the game. We give them a great summary cut up on Mondays. It's typically about 35 plays, offense, defense, and the kicking game, things that we did well, things that we need to address in the future. So they know how close they are, and I do think that, it's why it's a great game, because it requires execution, and we need better.
Billy Napier last night at Gator Talk with Sean Kelly. Yeah, Sean's right. Felt like all of you want to kick my backpack down the road. But that's the point where Billy mentioned, and this is what I'm feeling around this team. They all do believe they're close. You're going to hear it from Aiden Mizell, the Gator wide receiver. He's pretty much the fourth Gator wide receiver right now. Let's be honest. It's Sturdivant, it's VB3, and it's Trey Wilson. There's no question about that. Those are the three that get rolled out there. Hayden Hansen and Jaden Ball. Those are your 5 skilled players that start the game. You got a quarterback, your 5 offensive linemen. Same lineup you're going to see tomorrow night. Just bank on it. Don't even try. And Mizell right now is the 4th wide receiver. But Aiden even talked about it. It's like you need a spark. Can your quarterback give you that one? Did he do enough this week? And Billy went back to it earlier. He loved what DJ was able to put forth this week. Back to the point of a quarterback and a young man who's never failed. We never know what's inside of a young man who's never failed. You've been given nothing but flowers your entire life. That's the one great unknown that always exists with young athletes. You can hype them up. I went on a rant on Tuesday about this. I took you guys down into some deep waters. We waited about it. But for DJ, can he become the 5-star kid who was highly touted coming out of high school? Can he still do it? 392-8255, 392-8255. And by the way, can he do it means not Texas A&M. It has to happen tomorrow night if you still want an opportunity to make the playoffs. It has to happen. Here's the one good thing you have going for you. I've said it all week. I'll say it till I'm blue in the face, and I'll say it till I'm proven wrong. This defense is arguably one of the best in the country, and Billy knows it.
The film was as impressive of a game as we played since I've been here, I would say. Just the tape is very clean. The fundamentals, the alignments, the eye discipline. I mean, every player on the same page. We gave up a handful of big plays, 2 mental errors in coverage, but in general, I mean, they had less than 200 yards offense outside of that last run. So the coverage and the rush working together, I mean, we're all over the routes, and it was very difficult for them to run the ball. It was a bunch of car wrecks happening out there when they tried to run it. So, we'll have a big challenge this week in that regard. But, again, the challenge is, can we do that consistently And can we go put the offense with that? And then I think we'll have a chance to win a football game.
Well, yeah. Can you bring the offense along with you? But back to your defense. Your defense is now going to face, without a doubt, the most high-octane and high-powered offense that you have seen this season. You're going to face arguably the best quarterback in the country, at least the guy who at one sports book is the betting favorite to win the Heisman Trophy. At another sports book, it's John Mateer, but it's Mateer and Beck, 1 and 2, to be the top. They're the top two front runners and the top two favorites to win this year's Heisman Trophy. Now, big odds, by the way. You can get Beck at like plus 750 or plus 800. You get Mateer at plus 850. It's amazing. Beck last game throws for 340, torches. Carson Beck torched a Miami defense. Excuse me, a USF defense for 340 yards, 3 touchdowns. He was picked off twice. But he torched a USF secondary that we had struggled against. Okay? If you're adding 1 and 1 plus 2, not liking that math there. We'll find out. Coming up next here on the Sports Lab with Kevin Winter, off and running on a Friday afternoon, wherever you may be, 392-8255, 392-8255. Let's dive deeper into the numbers. WRUF's By the Number research and analytics analyst Tyler Schultz going to join me in studio. He's got he's crunched the numbers through the first 3 games, and he's crunched a lot of the numbers on DJ Lagway. So if you're a fan of it, what analytics tell you, I know some of you out there just say, damn it, I watched the game with my eyes. I don't need the numbers. Well, there are numbers that back it up. Now we got to figure out what those numbers mean. Tyler Schultz going to join me in studio here on a Friday. Kevin Winter with you, WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Hannah Mack. On Gator Talk last night, head coach Billy Napier broke down DJ Lagway's mistakes against LSU.
I think it's pre-snap assessment of the defense and then kind of assuming certain things are going to happen. One of them he just missed inside, right? The corner route, the first one. You know, I do think the others are just assessment of coverage and then skipping steps in his progression. I do think that the fourth one sailed on him, you know. I think he's got to have better situational awareness in the Mayday 2 minute before the half, and then the 3rd and 7 on the 36-yard line. When it's a 10-point game and the analytics are saying, hey, let's make it a 1-score game, right? So he needs to manage that situation better.
Florida's QB1 will look to bounce back tomorrow night against Miami. Live coverage of the game starts at 4:30 on WRUF.
Gator football season is here, and that means the return of Gator Talk.
First of all, I think what impresses me about DJ is it is all about his responsibility to the team. Right, when you hear him talk about it, the first thing he says is, hey, let down the guys. I've seen players rally around the guy. I do think for him, it's important to keep it as technical as we can.
Gator Talk, every Thursday night at 7, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
Hi, this is Dr. Art Mowry of Exceptional Dentistry. Listen to what our clients have to say about their experience at Exceptional Dentistry.
I told her I was a nervous Nelly when it came to going to the dentist, and it had been a few years. And I think my dentist had retired, and she was like, just come in and sit down with me and just have a talk with me, and I did. Most of my stuff is pretty routine, so I've seen Art, I've seen Kim, I've seen Dr. Rodriguez, but Dr. Rodriguez now pretty much takes over. He pretty much does my care. There's nothing intimidating about it. Every part of the staff, from the doctors all the way to the office and everyone in between, is like, just makes you feel comfy. Yeah, make you feel welcome. You would love them. Right. They're great.
This is Dr. Kim Mowry, and if you think you have dental problems that are too big to overcome, we're here for you. Please visit us at exceptionaldentistry.com. That's exceptionaldentistry.com.
Friends, if somebody's been in business for 45 plus years, doesn't that tell you something? Trust, longevity. Well, that is the case with my friends at Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville. The Cousins family has operated that business for the past 45 plus years, and they specialize in just one thing. They give you the best alternative you have to purchasing a new vehicle, the best in late model, low mileage vehicles. Great variety, great selection. I'm driving one now, have been for years. Go see them today, Southeast Car Agency, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue, Gainesville.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today.
We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. The InventHelp Databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Get started today.
Call us for free information at 1-800-558-5497. Again, 1-800-558-5497.
Attention Gator fans, don't forget to tune in to the Extra Point Show with Steve Russell after this Saturday's game. Steve will break down the plays, give analysis, and take your calls. The Extra Point Show is brought to you by Spurrier's Gridiron Grill, online at spurriers.com.
Every Gator football game all season long, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Is that Friday mood music? Okay. All right. Can dig this. Kevin Winter with you here on a Friday. WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, the Sports Lab. Gator football, yeah, we're on the air tomorrow, 4:30. Myself, Jeff Cardozo, Tate Casey, Sean Kelly, Shane Matthews. The guys are making their way to South Florida right now. In fact, a little programming note, there will be no tailgate this afternoon. Jeff's making his way. So, no tailgate this afternoon. Jeff making his way down. So after the Sports Lab, that's all you got. You got us. And I got him in studio, Tyler Schultz. He's WRUF's, we're going to call you our sports analytics analyst and researcher, because for Florida football, Tyler, you're a senior here at the University of Florida. Your major is sports management. Your minor is statistics. Yes, sir. Yeah. So hang on, turn your mic on. Hit the red button. Nope, the one to your right. There we go. See, now I'm going to teach you how to do the radio thing, too.
I'm learning.
You're learning. You absolutely are. You have been crunching the numbers. There's a WRUF Twitter account called at WRUF by the numbers, WRUF BTN, that you run and operate during Florida football games. What are you seeing from this Florida Gator football team? What did these numbers tell you so far?
Well, the defense has really stood out this year. It's been tremendous, especially the run defense last week against Caleb Durham.
Mm-hmm.
He'd been averaging around 6 yards per carry up the middle, but last week we held him to about 3 yards per carry, so we halved his production.
So the defense has done its job.
They're doing its job.
All right.
But we've lost 2 games.
We have. Now let's go to the offensive side of the equation.
And I think that mainly starts with how DJ, his offseason wasn't how you would want it to be for a quarterback. He didn't get a lot of reps in practice because of the injuries, and he just kind of got thrown in, and Billy said some growing pains in the first 3 games, but now we're a quarter of the way through the season. So
it's amazing, isn't it?
They need to start working it out.
All right, so compare some of the numbers, because you've done this, Tyler. Tyler Schultz, a WRUF sports analyst and researcher, is in studio. You've compared the numbers of DJ from a year ago to where DJ has been through the first 3 games of the season. What do they tell you?
So this year on deep balls, he only throws the deep ball about 7% of the time, which is 20 yards or more.
Okay.
Last year, he was doing that around 20% of the time. That was where he really shined.
So wait, a year ago, he's chucking the ball downfield over 20 yards. He's throwing it more than 20 yards 20% of the time.
Yeah, and he was being more patient, and he was averaging around 23 yards per attempt. Not per completion, but per attempt.
And he's only doing it how many what's the percentage of this year?
So this year, he's only throwing it 7% of the time. He's not attempting it very much, which could be play calling. Billy may not be confident in his arm, maybe due to the injury, or the reads he's making aren't proper, and he doesn't want to lean into the deep ball game. But this year, he's only averaging 6 yards per attempt, and on attempts, 20 yards or more. So he's going deep, and he's not getting any yards for going deep.
And he's not even getting the completions either.
No. Yeah, he's only completing it like 67% of the time.
You said something to me earlier. Tyler Schultz, he's our football analyst and our WRUF analytics expert here in studio with us as we break down the numbers. WRUF BTN, WRUF BTN, that's the Twitter account you can see on tomorrow night, because you're going to be live tweeting the game. What about DJ throwing to a certain side of the field?
Well, on the right side, his right side is strong side. He's been about average on short yardage throws.
When you say average, what does that mean?
He's maintaining like about 9 yards per attempt in short yardage. So that's where he's been best, especially over the middle of the field. His passer rating is actually pretty high, like in the 150s. But, yeah, the left side of the field, he's throwing across his body. I just don't think he's comfortable. And even on the few deep balls that he has attempted this year, They're all except one or two on the left side of the field, which is his weak side in short yardage. So I would assume it's.
So you're talking when he's aiming for the left in short yardage, he's not good.
No,
not at all.
No, but he keeps trying it on the left side, even on the long attempts too, and those aren't panning out as well. This year he has 3 interceptions on those 7% of attempts to the left side deep, and last year he only had 4 interceptions on deep passes last year. So he's already almost at his number. Yeah.
In half the amount of games.
Yep.
Tyler Schultz, he's our WRUF researcher, WRUF Analytics, joining us here in studio. Kevin Winter on the Sports Lab. We'll take your phone calls coming up in a moment, 392-8255, 392-8255. What about the protection that DJ Lagway is getting this season? What are the numbers, what are the analytics telling you there?
Well, under pressure, he hasn't been able to handle that as well. But that was also a problem last year, which most quarterbacks have trouble handling pressure. But Carson Beck is an example of one that does know how to handle pressure. He's been around for a few more years. And when he's under pressure, he still averages 10 yards per attempt, which is the same when he's not under pressure. Lagway, his passer rating's only around 50 when he's getting pressure. So it'll be important this week to maintain a clean pocket, but that'll be hard with Mesidor and Ruben Bain.
Have you broken out or taken a look at any of the analytics that say have you looked at any of the 3-2-1, Kev? Any of the analytics that say when he gets out of the pocket and scrambles? And aside from the fact that there's a holding call pretty much on half of them, did the analytics tell you anything there that if you get DJ on the move, does that help him?
Yeah, no, the scrambling does not help him. He does not. He does not get many yards off the scrambles.
Okay.
He has been running a little bit less efficient than last year. And I would assume that's because of his hamstring and all the other injuries he's been dealing with.
Let's take a call right now on the Sports Lab. Kevin Winter with you, Tyler Schultz in studio. Dave is up first on the Sports Lab on a Friday. Dave, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are y'all doing?
Good.
Good.
Yeah, so this leads right into my question as far as pressure goes. Is DJ getting more pressure this year? Is the offensive line not protecting him as well? And could that be part of his problem this year?
He's been protected about the same. That he hasn't had really a struggle against LIU or USF. Last week, he was on the move a lot more, and he had to hold the ball a lot more. The trouble really gets to when he's holding the ball for a while. So if he gets a clean pocket, even then, he's still struggling to make the right read, I think.
So if this goes back to, and Dave, I love the question because we've been saying all along, and I've watched this in practice. If DJ steps and plants and steps and throws on his first route, on his first option, he'll deliver a bullet. And LSU jumped one of those routes late in the game. They didn't get a pick, but it's when DJ's got to go maybe option 1, option 2, option 3. That's what you're saying, Tyler. That's what the numbers are showing you, that it's just an abject disaster.
And last year, that was his strength as well.
That was his strength.
Yes. Last year, when he had the ball for 2.5 more seconds, or 2.5 or more seconds, he had 11 yards per attempt, and his passer rating was 106. This year, he only 8 yards per attempt, and his passer rating's 55 because he has 4 interceptions already when he has that much time in the pocket. So I think his receivers may not be getting open, and he's not finding an opportunity and kind of forcing it. Or he's holding it because he's not confident in his reads or making them quick enough, and he makes the wrong decision.
You got the great discussion. Do you fellas think that perhaps he's not necessarily playing hurt, but he's playing it 75%, and that's really hurting his game?
I think two things. I think Shane Matthews has said it, and I'm going to go, Dave, I'm going to go with what our quarterback says. Appreciate the call, man. Appreciate it. I'm going to go with what Shane Matthews says because I see it as well. He's overweight. I said it off the top when Billy Napier in his press conference yesterday said there's some growing pains. Those growing pains exist because he didn't practice. So that leads to out of shape. He may still be injured. That shoulder may not be healed, which is one thing when you get an opportunity to do these games on radio and to be part of the broadcast team, you don't get to hear a lot about the national callers, the national broadcasters, what they're saying. So let's look ahead, Tyler, in the time that we have left here in the Sports Lab, WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM. What about this game this week? In fact, this question comes in, question from Alejandro on WRUF, home of the Gators on our YouTube page. Question for Tyler. For the Gators to have a chance this week, where on the field do we have to beat them?
I think we have to win the pass protection game. I think that's the biggest focus the Gators have to have this week. Akeem Mesidor, and Ruben Bain are the most dynamic pass rushing tandem, I think, in the country. They get to the quarterback and pressure the quarterback more than any other duo of pass rushers. Akeem Mesidor gets to the quarterback, or forces a pressure 60% of the time. And among rushers that have the same amount of workload as him, no one else has 50, even 50. So he gets 60% of the time the lineman up in the quarterback, forcing a scramble or forcing an early read. So we got to handle him. And he's matching up against Caden Jones this week, who this is going to be his second start of the year. He didn't start against LIU or USF. So he had struggled a little bit against LSU. He had allowed 6 pressures, I think.
Did he?
Yeah, so he's going to have his hands full. And that's the side that DJ's facing, the right-hand side.
So it's coming in on the side he sees?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's the side he's good with. So if he can't find success there with pressure on his face, he hasn't been able to turn it to the other side of the field.
We got a long night ahead of us.
Yes. So
we'll look at about 3. Let's look at Miami. He's Tyler Schultz. He's WRUF's analytics researcher and analyst. Let's look at Miami very quickly. Miami likes to run a gap. What does that mean? You say they run gap majority of their time. We're talking their running backs. What are they doing there?
When they're running gap, it's gap versus a zone. So when they're running gap, they're trying to force gaps open rather than block for a zone. So their assignments are pretty strict, and they're trying to bull your way out rather than block just for an area to be open for a running back.
Okay.
So they'll be forcing deep runs up the middle. That's where Fletcher likes to go. Mark Fletcher, very similar to Jaden Baugh, actually, in yards after contact and tackles, forced tackles missed.
Where are you going to put a lot of this stuff up? A lot of this information before the game is going to be available?
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll put all this up, what, at WRUF?
BTN.
At WRUF BTN.
Yep,
so we'll go up there, and it will also go up on our Twitter account. Hey, great stuff, buddy.
Thank you.
Tyler Schultz. He's check him out at WRUF BTN. The numbers are going to go up later on tonight. It's basically like your cheat sheet or your Bible of what to expect for the game. Kevin Richard with you here on the Sports Lab. Let's take a break. I want to come up next. We will hear my weekly conversation with the Florida Gator. This week it'll be Aiden Mizell. How close is this offense to actually getting it together? And how are the teammates? How are DJ's teammates handling him in the locker room? Hear that next here in the Sports Lab.
WRUF, where Gator Nation comes alive. 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2. Powered by ESPN. WRUF, your home for Gator sports.
Florida Gator Volleyball is in full attack mode, and that means the Ryan Tice Show is on the air.
Arguably the best conference in the country.
Hi, this is Tom Collette, voice of Florida Volleyball. Tuesday nights, I sit down with volleyball head coach Ryan Tice for a look at the team.
Their age shows up a little bit from time to time, whether it's practice from day to day or, that North Carolina match. But these guys are here to compete, and they're here to have fun.
The Ryan Tice Show, Tuesday nights at 6 on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
The wait is over. Miapa Latin Cafe is now open in the heart of Alachua. For over 13 years, Miapa has been serving up authentic Cuban flavor to the greater Alachua area. And now we're moving into a bigger, better space right across the street from our previous Alachua location. That means a bigger parking lot, more seating, and yes, a drive-thru for your cafecito fix on the go. We couldn't have done it without you. Miapa is deeply grateful to the community for years of support, love, and loyalty. This move is a celebration of you, our customers, neighbors, and friends. Miapa has been a part of Alachua County since 2003, and with 6 locations strong in Gainesville, Jonesville, and Alachua, we're proud to bring you the ultimate Cuban culinary experience. Miapa Latin Cafe. Authentic Cuban food, real community flavor.
There are plenty of realtors in town, but few work as hard, respond as quickly, or care as deeply as Doreen Wiebe of Caldwell Banker Parish. Community-driven and client-focused, Doreen will work with you to ensure your satisfaction. Whether you're buying or selling, she brings persistence, preparation, and heart to every deal. With Doreen, you're not just another transaction. You're a priority. Call 352-562-1411. That's 352-562-1411.
You're inside the Sports Lab with Kevin Winter, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
And also check us out on our social media channels at WRUF, at WRUF, home of the Gators on YouTube. Ada Mizell in a moment. JD is up next on the Sports Lab. JD, how are you on a Friday, my brother?
Hey, Kevin, I love your analytics there. That's fantastic. And I want to say this right out of the chute. Hopefully the knuckleheads don't call in, and I don't expect us to win this game, but to call in and say fire the dang coach. Let the season play out, please. You know, if you need to make the change, you can make it at the end of the season. But for the sake of the team and everybody else, let the season play out and stop the fire the coach business. Please. All right, now, Kevin, my biggest fear is this. I think this defense is pretty much lights out. However, it's still a little bit young, and we're going to play perhaps the best offensive team. Maybe we play all season. I don't know. I mean,
no. You're not underrating that. It's a possibility. It's a possibility. Yeah. This is the best offense we faced all season.
Yeah, and what I'm concerned about is this. In the big picture, we had this great defense, and it's going to be wasted. And this is just me talking. I'm just throwing this out as a concept. It's going to be wasted because basically in the analytics you just pointed out, or Tyler pointed out, the quarterback is lost.
Yep.
So there will be a premium on play calling to offset those two defensive ends and their defense in general. There will be a premium on quality play calling, which I don't think we've had, and I'm not sure that we can have. So there's that. And, Kevin, when you look at you just mentioned the two leading Heisman Trophy candidates, Carson Beck and Napier.
Yeah.
Both transfers. That's the model now. You look at FSU, they got the guy at Boston College. So are you going to coddle a guy? I mean, I've heard all the stuff about DJ, and I love the kid. I mean, this is not negative on DJ. But, if the kid is having struggles, that's on you, man. That is on you. And you should have somebody to go in and be prepared to play.
Well, so I want to go to one point you said, JD, and appreciate the call, man. Have a great weekend. I want to go to one point that he brought up because he mentioned I'm learning that I'm getting to know all of you guys down here and the fan base. There's the fire the coach crowd, and then there isn't. But if you come out again and the offense looks like it does on Saturday night, like it has, something is going to happen. I don't have a crystal ball to tell you exactly what that is. But what if we're down 14-3 at the half? That's striking distance with this talent. Do we start the Tramel Jones conversation again tomorrow night? I mean, am I going to go on social media and on Twitter if DJ's not having a good night again? Are we going to go back to that? If they ride with DJ again and it doesn't work, even though it's another top 5 team and it is play calling, we're going into a bye week, everyone. Things happen. I don't know. I don't want it to. Ironically, a selfish reason from a radio station standpoint, I came from Boston. I listen to New York radio. I listen to Philly radio. They love it when things suck because everyone calls and listens to the station. It's actually good for business. I hate it. I just hate relying on that kind of radio. All right, WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM. It's time now for my weekly conversation with one of the players on the Florida Gator football team. Ada Mizell, wide receiver for the Gators, is our guest. It has been not the start you guys want, especially the last couple of games. What's the mood in the locker room like for you guys?
I mean, I just feel like we're hungry. We didn't start off how we wanted to, and I mean, it sucks, but you feel me? We got to forget that and start off and get that win and then get this train rolling.
How close is this team, particularly this offense, where you find that one spark and it's takeoff time.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we have the guys. We have everyone we need to do what we need to do. We have the puzzles. We just got to put it together. And I feel like I've seen glimpses in practice and everything like that. So if we could just show that in game, I feel like it'll be like, I don't know. Y'all going to see it. Yeah.
And I kind of know what you're saying. Like, is it a case where once you find that one little burst or that one drive that puts it together, it's all going to start to sink in?
Yeah, exactly. It's almost going to be like a domino effect. Like, we just need to get right, and then once we do, it'll be consistent.
Good. We both helped find the word there, the domino effect. Well done. Aiden Mizell is our guest. Go back to the LSU game. Nussmeier leads their scoring drive. But what I found really impressive was an offense that's struggling, you guys responded with a drive of your own right away. Sure. What impressed you most about that, let's call it the response?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it was a longer drive. It wasn't no one-play touchdown or anything like that. It was just guys doing their job on a consistent few downs. And I feel like once we got into that red zone, we knew we was going to score. We just, had to punch it in.
I was listening to you inside at the press conference when you met with the media. Everyone knows your quarterback is taking some slings. He didn't have a good night. Everyone knows it's hard to hide. Absolutely. How do you as teammates pick him up?
I mean, I feel like just being there, everyone deals with things differently. So I'm not too in his ear about it, but I just let him know, like, yo, if you need someone to talk to or anything like that, like, I'm here. Like, if you're trying to go out to eat, if you're trying, socialize, you're trying to hop on a game. We some of the receivers went to a movie. We were inviting them to that. Just, just little things. Yeah.
What movie did you guys see?
We seen The Long Walk. That's what it's called.
Okay.
Yeah, good movie. I recommend.
Aiden Mizell of the Gators joins us here. For you personally, you're a speedster. Yeah. Your parents came here. They ran track. Yes, your brother's in Arizona. Yes, he flies. Yeah. How fast is your family?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's in the blood. Everyone that has that blood in it is going to be fast. I got a little sister. She fast, too. Yeah.
Growing up, did your parents ever say, hey, try to race me?
Nah, it was like when I was little, it was obviously they were faster than me. And then it got to a point where I was faster than them and they were, significantly older than me. And it just wasn't a smart idea to race. So, yeah.
That's a fair point. Us older people, we get hurt. We get hurt when we try to race. Yeah. Here you're in the 23-minute club. The 23-mile-an-hour club. Yeah. 23-mile-an-hour club. Who's the fastest guy on the team?
I think you're talking to him for sure. Yeah.
Now we need a chance for you to show it out there.
Yeah, for sure. Y'all gonna see it this season. I've been more of a possession receiver, but we gonna open that up.
For yourself, you battled injuries. Yeah. How important is this year, not just to prove anything, but to just go game by game, play by play, and be on the field and be there for the team? And look, you want to finish the season. I know everyone does, right? How important is that for you?
I mean, I feel like I've been banged up for a little minute now, and just being consistent, staying on the field, and you just almost proving myself right is big to me.
Aiden Mizell of the Gators joins us here, wide receiver. Let's look at this Miami team. They're coming in hot. Yeah. They're coming in hungry. Sure. What do you see when you look at Miami's defense?
I mean, they got some guys, especially it's obvious when you watch their tape, they D-line special, but I feel like we got the guys to combat that. And
how much does last year's game resonate and sit in your mouths as that bad taste?
I mean, y'all seen it. I mean, we all experienced it. It's not good, but that's just fuel. Put on the fire. You feel me? Drive this win.
And I heard you say it, but I'll ask you, how much does this team need this win?
We need it bad. We need to start this train off. We need to play how we know we could play, and you feel me, just get this train rolling.
Very quickly, you spoke very highly of Billy Napier a moment ago. What is it about Billy that you guys embrace that you see in him as your head coach?
I just feel like it's a lot of things just outside of football. I feel like he's he's just a good guy, and then you add all the football aspects to it. It just makes him like the great head coach that he is, and we just need to rally behind him and prove him right.
There's a sense of fight for him, right?
Absolutely.
Aiden, great stuff. Appreciate it. Good luck.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Thanks, man. All right, so Aiden Mizell, wide receiver for the Florida Gators. You'll hear that full conversation again tomorrow on the Gator Sports Network from Learfield's pregame show beginning at 4:30. Aiden's a wide receiver. Speaking of wide receivers, you guys see this? This Florida Gator recruiting update is brought to you by the Florida Department of Corrections. Did you see this tweet? Tomorrow, Miami is expected to host 11 of the top 20 wide receivers in the class of 2027. They're expected to be in attendance tomorrow. Numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 11, 15, 16, and 19, and 20. 11 of the top 20 wide receivers in the country in the class of 2027 are expected to be there tomorrow night. Miami's hosting them. That doesn't mean you can't steal them, potentially. Who'd be the quarterback here in the Gators in 2027? Could it still be DJ? Senior year? It would be a senior year if he stays. Or it'd be Tramel Jones. This Florida Gator recruiting update brought to you by the Florida Department of Corrections. Apply to be on our team, and you may be eligible to receive up to $6,000 in bonuses. We take a deep dive into what to expect from the Hurricanes tomorrow night. Get the Miami perspective coming up next here at the Sports Lab. WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Noah White. The Gators head south this weekend for a matchup against number 4 Miami in Hard Rock Stadium. This past weekend in Death Valley, the Florida offensive line gave up 5 penalties, 4 of them for holding. If Florida football wants to have a chance of clinching the win on the road, the O-line is going to have to step up its game. Last night on Gator Talk, head coach Billy Napier spoke highly of veteran offensive lineman Austin Barber.
But I would say, first of all, he's smart, he's tough, he's dependable, he has character, you can trust him, and it's important to him. You know, he takes it personal. And a work ethic, an attitude, and an effort second to none.
Live coverage of the game starts at 4:30 right here on WRUF. Tonight, the Gators volleyball team is on the road for their match against Marquette, where new head coach Ryan Tice coached for 11 years prior to his time at Florida.
Sunday, after 2 last-minute road victories, Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers are back home at Ray J to face down the Jets in the 50th anniversary season home opener.
Hot ball! Mike Evans down the sideline. Is he inbounds to the 10? 5, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown, Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Pre-game at noon, kickoff at 1.
Fire them cannons!
Hear the call live on the Buccaneers Radio Network.
You know where Gator Nation goes for fine jewelry and engagement rings? Only one place, International Diamond Center. IDC is the premier jeweler, the only jeweler ever to be named official jeweler of the Gators. It's a Florida family-owned company with an impeccable reputation for quality, value, and integrity. Did you know that IDC is one of only a handful of jewelers around the country that refuses to sell lab-grown diamonds? At IDC, they only sell real, rare, precious, and natural diamonds made by Mother Earth, and they stand behind them with an amazing 110% upgrade guarantee, so you can trade your diamond in later on and get more than what you paid for it when you upgrade to a larger stone. Who else does this? If you're getting engaged or celebrating a special occasion, let the non-commissioned experts at International Diamond Center guide you every step of the way. You will get the value you want, the quality you can have confidence in, and the expertise you deserve. Get all the details at shopidc.com. International Diamond Center, official jeweler of the Gators.
Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard.
Are you waking up in the morning with a sore jaw, headaches, ringing in your ears, all because you're grinding and clenching your teeth at night? That's exactly what was going on with me. I ended up going to a dentist, and he wants to charge over $600 for a night guard. That's when I found the Brooks Night Guard. You mold it at home to the top or bottom teeth. Other mouth guards go all the way to the back, which allows the back teeth to touch. This is where most of the grinding and clenching occurs. The Brooks Night Guard redirects the bite force away from the back teeth, reducing jaw pain while still protecting the teeth. This unique design is what makes Brooks Night Guard different from all other traditional grind guards. Order your Brooks Night Guard today and get 10% off plus free shipping. Go to brooksnightguard.com and enter the code BRUX95. That's BRUX95.
Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard.
The Florida Department of Corrections is hiring with immediate openings throughout Florida. Earn a starting salary of $22 per hour, plus up to a $6,000 hiring bonus in many locations. No experience is necessary, and all training is provided. Officers receive a salary and are immediately eligible for benefits, including health insurance, retirement, and paid time off, plus a free college tuition waiver. Visit FLDOCjobs.com to apply today. That's FLDOCjobs.com.
Gator football season is here, and that means the return of Gator Talk. I'm Sean Kelly, the voice of the Gators. Join me every Thursday night at 7 as I sit down with head football coach Billy Napier for a 1-hour conversation about the state of Gator football.
There's an opportunity there, right? I'm more confident than I have been at any point in this offseason about this team as a result of what we saw Saturday.
Gator Talk, every Thursday night at 7, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
Skies staying sunny for us for our Friday afternoon. Temperatures today in the low 90s, feels like temperatures in the mid 90s with a nice breeze occasionally gusting to 20 miles an hour. Staying mostly clear for your Friday evening and overnight. Lows to start off our Saturday near 70. Your weekend forecast is looking great. Mostly sunny skies both days. Highs near 90. A very low chance for a passing afternoon shower. From the WUFT Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Megan Borowski.
Stream all of our shows on YouTube. Search WRUF, home of the Gators. Now, back to the Sports Lab with Kevin Winter.
Yeah, can I just say on that YouTube stream, you guys are nuts. First off, I love you. And to all the Miami trolls who have popped in on the YouTube stream today, dude, they're getting their asses beat down by half the guys. I mean, they're coming for them. Our guys are out there. Our guys are protecting the home front. I know I should let this play, but our guys on the YouTube stream are protecting the home front. Craig, I'm old enough to remember the 1983 UF spanks the national champ Miami team. Their only loss came from Florida. Apparently, they're still ticked off. By the way, everyone likes my shirt today. Kevin Winter with you at a Sports Lab. Coming up, McGill and Rodriguez will continue to carry over. Yeah, if you're on YouTube, you had to see me put the glasses on, by the way. I mentioned recruiting a minute ago as the Gators get set to take on the Canes because this is an interesting weekend, guys. Not just is Miami hosting all those wide receivers, they're also looking. There's an opportunity now for people to flip, right? And does that make sense what I'm saying? It's an opportunity. If this doesn't go well for the Gators this weekend, then Miami could steal some recruits. This story I found in On3. Several Gators commits could be on the Hurricanes' radar. Hazy Kent, one player that has consistently been pursued by Miami. At one point, Florida and Miami were both frontrunners for the tight end / athlete, but he committed to the Gators. Despite his pledge, the Hurricanes have continued to send Hazy Kent mail recruiting graphics. Kent declined comment on Florida's 2 losses. Miami has been one of the most consistent programs recruiting him alongside Florida. Here's another option, according to this article. 4-star defensive lineman Kendall Gerville. 4-star defensive lineman Kendall Gerville. He's out for the season in high school due to injury, but his talent remains clear. Florida and Texas were considered the top 2 programs before his Gator commit. But Miami has hosted Gerville multiple times over the weeks and months and has shown interest in him for several years. Gerville said the UF lost didn't affect his view of Florida, but the Hurricanes are still a program that could benefit from a player of his caliber. And the recruitment is worth mentioning since his original recruitment by the Gators was heavily driven by NIL and revenue sharing. Guess what Miami likes to throw around now? Money, money, money. Here's another one, cornerback CJ Hester. He had Florida as his top choice when Hurricane secondary coach Will Harris held that same position in Gainesville. There's familiarity there. Also another one out of Lakeland. I brought up Malik Morris a few times before. He says he remains firmly committed to Florida. Miami was heavily in the picture earlier this year. Why am I bringing all this up? It goes back to 2 things. Number 1, you don't play well, maybe they bounce. Maybe you don't play well, but they stick. Guys, For those of you who want to fire the coach, what happens when you fire the coach? The portal opens immediately. In your recruiting class, bye-bye. Unless you've got a coach in place. Which means if you want Lane Kiffin, ain't happening. Because you can't get Lane till the end of the season. In order to keep the class you have to have a coach and someone already in line to be able to pay the money. It's a big weekend. You want to know how you solve it all? As Al Davis says, just win, baby. Just go out and win. If you win, the train starts rolling again. I know it actually, but believe it or not, that's where the bye would come at the worst time. But if you win, the train rolls. And now the train's down the track. And now you're heading into Texas. More importantly, if you win with offense, if you win offensively, I would rather see the defense give up 40 and we win 44-40 tomorrow night than to see us squeak by a 14-10 victory or something like that. Because at that point, I'm not sure what's fixed. That's the issue. I'll call it an 8.5 line. Give me us. Give me the wounded animal. And I do think we actually might win. I said it last week. I was pretty much right. And then the 87-yard touchdown pass happened, and then DJ threw 5 picks. I'm going to call a win. I'm going to call a victory. One of these days, I'm going to be right, and I'm going to brag to the high heavens. That's how that works. McGill and Rodriguez continue the festivities on a Friday on WRUF. I'm Kevin Winter. Thanks for joining us. McGill and Rodriguez are up next. Have a great weekend. Gator football tomorrow, 4:30 here on WRUF.
Happens in Gator Nation.
You hear it on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Gator champions play here.
WRUF, powered by ESPN.
Ryan Radke here from Sunday Night Football on Westwood One. Coming up, 2 teams looking for their first win of the season when the Giants play host to the Chiefs. Kansas City has struggled on offense so far in losses to the Chargers and the Eagles, while the G-Men looked improved in an overtime loss to Dallas last week. Mike Golick and I have the call. Chiefs at the Giants on Sunday Night Football.
Right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
Hi, this is Dr. Art Mowry of Exceptional Dentistry. Listen to what our clients have to say about their experience at Exceptional Dentistry.
Well, we discussed dentures and implants, and I could not afford the implants, but I was still treated like an implant person that was going to put out buku bucks, even though I didn't have it. And I thought, well, if I don't go with implants, they're going to put me on the back burner, sort of, and shun me away, but they didn't. They did not. I have 4 dentures, top and bottom. Top and bottom dentures? Right. IV sedation they did, and I don't remember a thing. It was wonderful. Yeah, go there because they care.
This is Dr. Kim Mowry, and if you think you have dental problems that are too big to overcome, we're here for you. Please visit us at exceptionaldentistry.com. That's exceptionaldentistry.com.
This football season, Hurricane BTW was your game day getaway. Catch every play with an ice-cold Bud Light in hand. Pair it with fan favorites like our wings and apps while you catch every touchdown, tackle, and highlight. Our Bud Light specials are here all season long on Hurricane BTW, so bring the crew and make it a game day tradition. Visit hurricanewings.com to find a restaurant near you.
It's almost time for Homecoming Week at the University of Florida. Festivities begin with the annual Homecoming Festival, featuring food, games, and more for the entire family. Run, don't walk to get to the Gator Gallop, a 2-mile fun run highlighting UF's campus. Finally, finish off the day with the Homecoming Parade, where floats, marching bands, and community groups bring Gator spirit through the heart of Gainesville. And don't miss Gator Growl, UF's famous pep rally and performance. There's something for everyone. Find the full schedule at gatorgrowl.org.
This is the Gator Football Report, brought to you by UF Health. At UF Health, we believe human progress has no finish line. Visit humanprogress.ufhealth.org to learn more. And by Wells Fargo, official retail bank of the Florida Gators. Sean Kelly returns with today's report after this.
To aim higher, run faster. It's what elite athletes do. Always strive for better. At UF Health, we have that same DNA. To not just treat a stroke, but to create a fleet of mobile stroke treatment units. To not just do research, but to use AI to save lives with one of the most powerful supercomputers in academia. We believe, like athletes, that human progress has no finish line. UF Health, National Medical Center for Team USA.
They're not just the Gators, they're your Gators. Customize your eligible Wells Fargo debit card or open an account today and show your Gator pride with every purchase. Get started at wellsfargo.com/Gators. Wells Fargo is proud to be the official retail bank of the Florida Gators. Copyright 2025 Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
A big thing to watch in tomorrow night's game at Miami is Florida's run game versus Miami's #1 ranked rush defense. Head coach Billy Napier on that matchup.
This is a good group, good players at all three levels. I think the new coordinator has done a great job implementing his system. He had good track records at JMU, Rutgers, and at Minnesota, and he's done a nice job so far there. So Heatherman's a good coach, and I think they've got unique players. The edge players, 99 is a really unique player. And I think in the secondary, they're rolling 4 corners in each game, 2 vet safeties, and then they've got a rookie that plays on occasion, and then the backers have played a lot of balls. So, that's definitely part of the challenge playing this group.
A win against Miami would be Florida's highest-ranked win since beating third-ranked Ole Miss in 2015. Sean Kelly reporting for the Gator Sports Network from Learfield.
From the Spurrier's Gridiron Grill Studio, WRUF Gainesville, W251CG Gainesville, WRUF FM HD2, and on the WRUF radio app. It's the Sports Lab, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
Welcome back to the Sports Lab here at WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM. We're back with me, Lauren McGill, and Luis Rodriguez on a Friday before we go into a very big weekend of football. Starting off with the Florida-Miami matchup. That one's going to be an interesting one. What do you say, Luis?
How you guys doing? Lauren, how you doing today? We're doing good. Yeah, exciting for this Week 4 matchup. Pretty interesting to be honest. I think it's either win or win for these Gators of how stuff are going on right now. They definitely need to pull out this win, or it's going to be something might happen. Something might happen. It might be early. It might be like super early than later. That's, a lot of heads might be moving.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest factors that's going to go into that is how DJ plays this weekend. There was a lot that he had to fix this week during practice after how the LSU game went with those 5 interceptions. I mean, who could forget that?
Definitely. It's sad because you would think that our QB 5-star would have a better game, a rivalry matchup, a team that pretty much, if you go back to the game, it's rewinding, the LSU Tigers defense and even the offense, we were controlling the game in the second half. If you see, the only score that they had was that pick 6. So how good the Gators were trying to control the ball and everything that we're trying to do, it's just we couldn't complete it. We couldn't pull off the win. So this is, like I say, it's win or go home this week for the Gators.
Yeah, speaking of the things that DJ need to improve in practice this week, Billy Napier went into that on the press conference this past week. So here's what he had to say.
I think he's got to have better situational awareness in the Mayday 2-minute before the half, and then the 3rd and 7 on the 36-yard line. When it's a 10-point game and the analytics are saying, hey, let's make it a 1-score game.
So that's obviously huge. Making it a 1-score game against Miami is going to be hard, especially going into their defense. But I want to talk a little bit more about DJ before we talk about their defense and offense later, which we will do. But what do you want to see personally? Like, what is one thing other than what Billy said in practice this week that you want to see DJ improve on?
To be honest with you, I think it's decision making. He really looked super scared that day against that LSU defense. That, in my opinion, I would thought that we would see a way more better defense, like knowing that they beat Clemson, also that they pull it off in week 2. But for me, it's this, like I said, decision making. If you see 4 of the 5 picks, they were all on third down. First pick was in third and long, 3rd and 10. Second pick was 3 and 7. Third pick, that was the pick 6, actually, that put LSU up in the game, was a 3rd and 18. And he's like, the passes that he was throwing, triple coverage, like not reading the defense right. And also, I would like him to like control more, the line of scrimmage. If you know that you have a running back like Jaden Ball, why don't give him more the ball? If he only had 10 carries, you have him and Jacoby Jackson. You can use those two-headed monster and just like relieve yourself from pressure, and then you'll be able to make better decisions if you control the line of scrimmage. That, I think, is going to be the key for this weekend.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things that I'd like to see is his emotion when he's on the field. And I've said this the other day. I say this about Billy Napier as well, which, again, I will get into that as well. But his emotional being on the field does not look like a quarterback who came into this season with so much hype around him. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that he didn't practice in the spring. He didn't practice in the fall. He's still getting back into the groove of things, and I know that. But being in the position that you are in as DJ Lagway and knowing how much Gator Nation and your team and everyone else behind you is relying on you, I feel like you kind of have to step up. And I don't know what that's going to take specifically for him, but I do think some of it is the decision-making and the field readability that he has to kind of go off of at this point. And that's going to be really important when it comes down to Miami's defense, is how well can, A, Florida's offensive line be able to defend him, B, that quick decision-making that he has to make on the field with a defense like that, it's going to be trivial. It's something that I hope that he worked on during this week in practice.
Yeah, definitely. He looked nervous. He looked super nervous. You can see he like facial expressions on the bench after throwing the picks, after every single like offensive drive that he had. He was looking nervous. Like I said, it's just trying to use the weapons that you have around. You got Aiden Mizell, you got BB3, you got all these guys. Like I said, you got Bernard Brown and Jacoby Jackson behind you that you can you can use and actually like have it in your favor. Like Billy said in the media availability on Wednesday, we want to go sit down in the morning, know what DJ want to run, what plays that he likes. If I'm him, bro, I'm just trying to spread the ball everywhere just because you need the help from these people. And also, another thing that I feel that I'm worried about is his mental focus. I know that Aiden myself also said that they went during the week and they talk about, going and watch The Longest Yard, this new movie that it's like you walk in, it's like Army, and you walk in, and if you stop walking, you get shot. Like, DJ got to just be focused. You don't matter like how much pressure you're getting. Stay composed in the pocket. If you see a hole and you can go attack it and get a couple yards, running the first down, getting second down, and control the pace, that's the key to the game. At the end of the day, I don't feel that it's how you play. Right now is being able to get a W.
Yeah, and we can sit here and evaluate DJ all we want, but Billy Napier once again did the same thing in this past press conference, talking about DJ a little bit more. Let's see what he had to say about that.
I do think for him, it's important to keep it as technical as we can, right? Because it's all very correctable. And we have to understand the guy missed spring practice. He misses training camp. This is literally his fifth week of practice.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of explaining earlier, but I wanted to hear from the words of Billy. Do you think that if he had been completely healthy, because I still don't think he's completely healthy, I think that's another factor, between all of the injuries that this man seems to face with his shoulder and his core and then his leg, like there's always something, it feels like. And I feel like he was not 100% healthy going to this weekend, but he felt that he had to, that it was his position that he's in, that he had to come out here, whether he was 100% or not. Yeah. And he's not doing, if you take away those 5 interceptions, because again, that's the only thing anyone's going to focus on. I even went on TikTok yesterday trying to look for videos for a reel, and the first thing that comes up when you search DJ Lagway is just all of his interceptions and everything that he's done bad. But if you look at he still has a 71% completion rate for 629 yards, 5 touchdowns, which he had 3 in the first game against LIU.
Yeah.
And then 1 in USF, 1 for LSU.
Yes.
Those aren't really the numbers that you want to see. You look at the 70% completion, it's like, oh, great. But then you look at what the touchdowns were in general, and that's not going to fly in a team like Miami.
Yeah, definitely. And with that QBR of 53.2%, it's really bad. Like I said, it's just being able to make great decisions. And right now, this Florida Gators fan base is more about what are you doing for me lately, in my opinion. So if DJ plays a good game and we are able to just show up, I mean, the Gators being able to show up, I mean, the fan base might be able to change their perspective of how the team is running. But definitely, like, DJ needs to be more focused. I don't think he's hurt because he has the whole offseason to actually be prepared for these kind of moments. I would say it's more about the reps. But also, I can say the same as Carson Beck. He had like a surgery and he's throwing arm, and look at him. He's looking like a Heisman winner.
Exactly. So if you're gonna start comparing the two,
yeah,
then it's kind of hard to do, which we will do again later. We're gonna go into more on Carson Beck. This is Sports Lab with Lauren McGill, Luis Rodriguez, and that is something we'll go into a little bit more with Billy Napier. But I think that another huge thing is what people have been saying about DJ.
Yeah.
Like, he went, for me personally, one of my like top 3 Heisman candidates. With what he was doing last season versus what he was doing this season, it doesn't look like the same guy whatsoever.
No.
And analysts are saying the same thing. It's like, what happened here? What went down? Like, he throws just because he feels like he should, but he doesn't really know where he's going to. Or he gets cracks under pressure, like we were saying before. And that's not what a Heisman candidate is supposed to be doing by any means. And I wish I could say the same thing for Carson Beck. I really, really do. But you just can't. That's a talented quarterback. And I do still feel like DJ Lagway is a talented quarterback. I still feel like he's the best guy for this job right now. I'm not immediately saying let's go to Tramel Jones all of a sudden. Did he play well in LIU? Of course. But again, that was a high school team.
Definitely.
You know, that's still a freshman. He still hasn't had the same reps as DJ. Was he practicing? Yes. That's the key difference. But he's still not the big name that DJ Lagway is. And I still think that he can perform. Whether that is going to click for the Miami game, I really hope it does. It really needs to. There's a lot on the line for this game. But I don't know. I feel like there's so many factors that are really going to contribute to that when it comes down to it.
Definitely. Like you say, a lot on the line, even for DJ, because they're already talking about what if you put Tramel Jones. But like you said, Tramel Jones doesn't have the experience that DJ Lagway has, even in high school. You know, the games that he played last season, how good did he play. So win or win for the Gators. Like I said, DJ, I feel that he's scared. Like, he looks scared. He don't look like he's secure on the field, even with with the weapons that he has. So the decision making gotta be on point this weekend. He definitely gotta be on point this weekend, just because you can't take a risk of going down as like 1-3 record and just losing against the rival, like you say, Carson Beck. You cannot lose to the Miami Hurricanes, but then this QB, it's like double the hate because he was a Georgia Bulldog and now he's a Miami Hurricane. Like, we cannot lose to this guy at all. And we cannot, the Gators cannot let them look good. Like, definitely. They got to put the pressure. They have a great, the Gators have a great defense. They have a defense that can actually, they have Heisman Trophy candidate Garrett Nussmeier looking regular too. So he wasn't looking as good as people expected. So we have defense that can actually play and contain Carson Beck, in my opinion. Yeah.
Well, I honestly think that Garrett Nussmeier is another quarterback that's a little bit overrated.
A little bit overrated for
I was around the hype with him at the beginning of the season. I'm looking at him now and I'm like, why? You know, he's been winning, but his numbers are nothing compared. They're really not. Like, if him compared to like John Mateer right now, that's whatever. I don't think anything's really special with him, if I'm going to be honest. But I do think that DJ going into this game against a Miami defense who I would arguably say is better than LSU's, and
definitely
another on the double-edged sword, Florida's defense is going to be seeing the most competitive offense they've seen thus far, because I really don't think that LSU's offense is better than Miami's by any means, or that impressive to begin with. I mean, they held them to what they did. There's 5 interceptions, and you're telling me you only score 20 points? Are you joking?
Yeah,
That's because of the defense. And because this is the first real offense that they will see, it will be a real tribute to how Miami's offensive line responds and how Carson Beck responds, because he hasn't had to go up against this new Gators defense yet. He did last year with Georgia, but that was on Georgia. That was with Georgia's defense. That was with the plays that he was getting from Kirby last year, not this year with Mario Cristobal. So it's going to be a really telling game for several reasons, not just for DJ, but for Carson as well. Definitely. For Billy Napier, for Mario Cristobal, for the defensive coordinator over at Miami, for the defensive coordinator for Florida. It's bigger than just DJ, but I think that all eyes are going to be on him more than Carson. Definitely. It's a way bigger game than, let's say, last year when they lost. So, yeah, if you go through Carson Beck, 72 touchdown interception ratio, my bad, he can read the defense pre-snap, deliver the ball downfield, underneath. He's done everything. He's a 27-3 record. He has a better record than Billy Napier. Wow. So we definitely got to contain that guy if we want to be able to win. We are going to go into a little bit more of the Miami, Florida preview coming up next here on the Sports Lab. This is Lauren McGill and Luis Rodriguez here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Riley Candreva. Gators football looks to avoid their third straight loss tomorrow against rival Miami. Gators coach Billy Napier said during Gator Talk he's confident that DJ Lagway will rebound after throwing 5 interceptions against LSU.
I think that he has kind of flipped the switch a little bit this week, and it reminds me of how he was last year a little bit in terms of he was just trying to stay afloat. You know, he was that rookie that was just trying to keep his chin above the water. And that may be a good thing for him, you know, because he's not worried about anything else except getting ready for the next opportunity.
Coverage on WRUF starts tomorrow at 4:30. Gators volleyball goes to Milwaukee to take on Marquette tonight at 7. Marquette only has 1 win against the Gators, with Marquette's lone win coming under current Gators coach Ryan Tice. Gators soccer looks for their first SEC win after a tough loss to Oklahoma. The Gators will try and snap their losing streak at home against South Carolina on Sunday.
You know International Diamond Center is the best place to buy diamonds and fine jewelry. But did you also know IDC will buy from you? Diamonds, heirloom jewelry, estate jewelry, Swiss watches, coins.
Don't be afraid to come in and get a price on something that maybe it's an heirloom that you want to sell, or you're just checking to see the price.
IDC owner Keith LeClaire has a vast network of collectors and buyers around the world, so IDC can always find a market for your jewelry.
We always pay a very strong price to buy. There's a resale market that's there, and we pay top dollar for top merchandise. We have people all over the world that we sell to. So some collectors are going to pay way more than any consumer's going to pay. We'll give you the best possible price, no games played, and you'll get the check or the cash, whatever one you want.
Let IDC appraise what's in your jewelry box. You might get a pleasant surprise.
Sometimes they come in, they have no idea what's there, and then all of a sudden they walk out with a $28,000 check.
International Diamond Center. Online at shopidc.com.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-908-7063. 800-908-7063. 800-908-7063.
Priority Tax Relief.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
And together we have the podcast Office Ladies.
Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere.
Every Wednesday, we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode.
So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
The Sports Lab with Kevin Winter. Weekdays at 2, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
we are back here in the Sports Lab. You know, Laura McGill, Luis Rodriguez right here. Second hour, just dissecting what's going to be a great weekend. Week 4 of college football playoffs. UF plays against Miami in Miami Gardens. It's going to be a pretty exciting game, a rivalry game for the Florida Gators. And Lauren, I want to go deeper into this rivalry. I want to talk about the importance of this game. And
you sure you don't want to dance to the music?
Why not? I can dance while I talk. So I want to talk about the importance of this game and how it's crucial for the Florida Gators of how to win the game. And this game is just like from what happened the last 2 weeks for the Florida Gators, I think that this game just got magnified of the like how the Florida Gators have to go to this game and be able to not only look good but compete, see if they can get the W. That's super important. So what you think about the key matchups, and also what you think about the importance, like what the Gators need to do to win this game?
Well, I think there's a lot more on the line than just how the Gators are going to look, because yes, you know, is Billy Napier's job on the line? Is DJ Lagway's position as starting QB on the line? You know, there's a lot of questions going into this game, but I think one of the biggest things is going to be the defense on each side. I think that it's going to be a very defense-heavy game. When we spoke to Theo Dorsey of ESPN West Palm this past week, you know, he went into it a lot about how this will be a very defensive-heavy game, and I think that, yes, we want to see a lot from Carson Beck, and we want to see a lot from DJ Lagway, but he explained as well that he thinks that this game is going to mean way more to DJ than it will Carson Beck, because Carson Beck is winning these games, and he is putting numbers up, and has 872 yards already this season. Like, he is a very talented quarterback, but so is DJ. So, you know, what's really going to come down is the defensive line, and I think that because of how much Florida has put pressure on them, I think that Miami's head coach, Mario Cristobal, is going to be thinking the same thing, like looking at Florida's defense, looking at that film, and making sure that his offense can pretty much just reciprocate against them.
Definitely. Like we were talking in the first segment, I think the defense is crucial. The defense got to be perfect, and the offense got to even look perfect to be able to win this game. Florida is the 7th team in the FBS era since 1978 to play AP's top 25 teams and on the road on consecutive wins. Before that, each of the previous 6 teams were swept. So imagine how difficult is also the calendar and being able to like show up to these games. Miami's favored by 7.5 right now, depending on the source, you know. Over and under predicted is 51.5 points. So they think that Miami's going to light up this defense of how good they're looking. Like Carson Beck is looking probably like the Heisman favorite right now of how good he's playing. He's just, like I just mentioned, he's reading the field. He's been able to make better decisions. He's been able to just command this offense. He's actually looking like a leader, something that we didn't saw in Georgia last year. He's actually looking like, you know, gathering his teammates and just being able to be better. Something that I think, because of how DJ is looking right now, I think the team is trying to like rattle behind him and being able to say, you know what, DJ, we're going to do it for you. We're going to be able to show up, and we're going to be able to support you in the field. That's the more important thing. If your QB is secure and he start building that confidence that he probably still like working on, the Gators should be better this week.
Yeah, and I know that Carson Beck looks good, and I can acknowledge that. But I think a big thing is who he has on his offense with him. I mean, CJ Daniels has been looking fantastic, and Malachi Tony, you can't skip past him. He has been looking like a stud. He has been looking great. And Theo even said this past week that he's comparing him to the next Ryan Williams.
Oh, wow.
That is a big accolade to give. And he said one of the reasons is probably just because of their number, 17, whatever. But he has been a star. Malachi Tony has been one of the best receivers for Miami thus far. And him and CJ Daniels together, that is a dangerous duo that this Florida defense has really not had to see so far yet. And so it's going to not just come down to defensive line and how well they can try to, you know, get the push against Carson Beck, but it's the defenders, the people that are going to be defending the people like CJ Daniels and Malachi Tony. And that is probably the most important part of what this defense is going to have to do this game.
But you don't think that you saying that the weapons that Miami has on offense. You don't think that the Florida Gators have the same kind of offense? Jaden Ball,
I didn't say that.
BB3.
I didn't say that.
No, you don't think. I'm saying you don't think that we can match up, like the Gators can match up well with them?
I think the talent matches up well.
Yeah.
But I also, and everyone, there's so much hype around Jaden Ball, and I know that. And people have not skipped over him despite these tough losses and despite, the negative side of what Florida football has been looking at. Jaden Ball has still been that shining star throughout it. He's still at 6.5 yards per carry, and that's an okay number with me. It's still Jaden Ball doing Jaden Ball things, making it a Jaden Ball game, and I like that. But I also need to see how the talent between him and CJ pairs up, or how Vernell and Malachi will pair up. That's going to be really interesting to me, to see how each talent can kind of go against the other. Their numbers compared in this game is what will be the teller for you.
Definitely. I think the key of these games is the line of scrimmage. I said it last week, too, for the LSU game. Our offensive line being able to protect DJ, their defensive line probably the best in the nation, too. They have a complete – they got NFL roster-wise talent. They got Mesidor. I've seen it. Oh, man. Akeem Mesidor is different. Like, those guys right there in Miami, they NFL ready. They're NFL ready, and I just want to see more also from Slaughter. He's been having so many penalties lately.
Who hasn't?
But what I'm saying, he was a projected first-round pick, right?
I mean, there was a lot of projections for this season, and none of them have been met. So everything changes so fast.
For the Gators, but talent-wise, they have the talent to compete, in my opinion. Go to Miami and being able to compete. Just looking at the Miami offense, they put in 40.3 points per game. That's really impressive.
That's because they have an impressive offensive line. Like their offensive coordinator, Alex Mirabal, has probably one of the best offensive coordinators in the country.
Yeah.
And he has a very, very good offensive line. I mean, their guy, Marco Bell, he's 6'9", 345 pounds. That's a beast right there. That is putting Florida's defense up against that guy, putting guys up against him, and then you got Francis Magoa and you got Agnes Cooper, two more big guys on their O-line who have good numbers, who are impressive, who are talented guys. So now we're not just talking about Florida's defense having to go up against a tough offense like LSU or even USF. I'm not ever going to discredit Byron Brown and his offensive side, but now you're seeing an offense like you never have before with guys like this and going up against an offensive coordinator. Obviously, Florida doesn't know what that's like themselves, but going up against an offensive coordinator who is as skilled and as knows the game, someone like Alex Mirabal, that's a whole nother beast to have to tackle.
Definitely.
Literally.
Another number that pretty much worries me is 1985. That's the last time that the Gators won.
It's a great song.
1985?
Yeah, but get into what you were saying.
1985 is the last time that the Gators beat the Hurricanes in Miami Gardens. That's really, 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 really impressive.
What is that, 50 years ago? 40?
40? I don't know.
I think that's 50.
I wasn't that good at math, so. But, yeah. Miami all-time leading the series, 30-27. They play annually as home games from 1938 to 1987, except 1944. But, yeah, the Gators need to be better this weekend. You cannot look like last year 41-17 loss in the Swamp. You gotta have some pride.
That was just the toughest game to watch as a Florida fan, having to watch that slaughter on your own field. Yeah. Again, this is a Sports Lab with Lauren McGill, Luis Rodriguez on 98.1 FM. And you know what? I think that what you're saying about repeating last year of that, I think a lot of that has to do with how that game went, because that was, yes, DJ Lagway did play in it, but that was a Graham Mertz game. Mm-hmm. And that was a 2024 offense and defense on Miami side and Florida side. But they brought in 5 guys to fill that defense. Yeah. Their defensive coordinator, Corey Heatherman, he just came in this year, and he has been doing great work with them. And that's why I think it is going to be such a different game for this Florida defense and offense to play, because like I said, they have not seen as competitive of an offense or defense thus far. Yes, LSU, whatever. Brian Kelly can get upset when people ask about his offense all he wants, but it's a true valid question. Their offense is nothing compared to Miami's. So Florida's defense looks fantastic, and no one can tell me that I'm wrong. They're literally 25th in the country. But Miami's is 44th. Yeah. But they also have been not faced with the same defense or offense that Florida provides. The talent is there on defense and offense. With DJ or with guys on defense, I really don't care. the talent is there. It's just how it is going to be executed at Hard Rock tomorrow.
Definitely. I got no words, to be honest. Like, thinking about this game, how the Gators can be able to compete, it's just because Miami looks so superior in every single aspect of the game, even special teams, I would say. Everywhere they look good. So the Gators, if there's a game for the Gators to like flip the switch and just start going game by game and being able to pull off W's, is this game. This is the game for them to show. Like, yeah, top 5 team in the nation. A game where everybody's job is on the line. Even DJ Lagway's job is on the line.
I'll tell you right now, I have faith in DJ.
You think so?
Do I have faith in his coach?
No.
Not so much. I think that he knows how to play call, but he knows those few handful of plays to do it with. Like the play calling in the LSU game, first half, great. And then LSU picked up on it because it's really no secret when you do the same thing 5 times in a row. So I'm going to need to see a difference in that because I think that DJ can execute. And the guys behind him, in front of him, they can do the same thing, and they can help him all that they need to. But when it comes to who's going to help him from the sideline, that's still up in question.
But at the end of the day, we can say a lot about, Billy and calling plays and stuff. But at the end of the day, DJ is the one executing the plays. So do I feel that it was his fault this past week, Billy Napier? I don't know. I would say the more questionable things was him running the football. You cannot have a talent like Jaden Ball and in the backfield and just only have 10 carries.
Well, that's why I think it's going to be really interesting to see what C.J. Daniels can do up against this Florida defense, as well as what Jaden Ball can do up against Miami's. And it's the talent. I think this is going to be the most talent-heavy game that we have seen thus far because, didn't see it with LSU. That was a winnable game. Yeah. We just shot ourselves in the foot 5 times. But when it comes to the talent on the offense side for Miami, better than LSU's. And I'll say that right here, right now. C.J. Daniels and Malachi Toney are very impressive players, and I expect to see the best from them for this game because Theo Dorsey said on the show this past week that this means more for DJ and for Florida than it does for Miami. They're not breaking a sweat. Yeah. They don't care because they see this game as like, we're going to win no matter what. And I think that that's where we can try to slip through the cracks of their confidence. Obviously, Mark Cristobal is going to put them in their place a little. Don't just treat this like, an easy game that you can win. But the thing is that if they keep that mindset a little bit, that this is just it's Florida, who cares? Like, they're losing. If they lose, we're actually helping them.
It's like rivalry games, like in the NFL, that that divisional games means more. Like last night with Buffalo playing against Miami, a close game. That's a game that Florida can definitely make it happen. They can definitely look good in Miami Gardens. So we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we're just going to keep dissecting this game. What's the key matchups and what Florida needs to do to win this game. You're listening to the Sports Lab right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
WRUF, your home of the NFL.
Gator football season is here, and that means the return of Gator Talk.
First of all, I think what impresses me about DJ is it is all about his responsibility to the team. Right, when you hear him talk about it, the first thing he says is, hey, let down the guys. I've seen players rally around the guy. I do think for him, it's important to keep it as technical as we can.
Gator Talk, every Thursday night at 7, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
Dave Mays Automotive, we get the bugs out of your car.
Hey, Steve Russell here. I've seen a lot of great sports teams in my day, but it's really hard to find a team that can sustain excellence over a long period of time. That's why what Dave Mays Automotive has done is so impressive. This year, they're celebrating their 50th year in business, and I can tell you, they've done a great job for me, just like they'll do for you. Brakes, AC, tires, oil changes, and so much more, including their famous Bug Check, where they go over your entire vehicle to ensure there's no unexpected problems down the road. Dave Mays Automotive is located at 2905 Northeast 19th Drive in the industrial complex behind the Sunnies on Waldo Road, and online at DaveMaysAutomotive.com. Dave Mays Automotive. They get the bugs out.
Dave Mays Automotive, we get the bugs, all of them bugs, out of your car.
The Florida Department of Corrections is hiring with immediate openings throughout Florida. Earn a starting salary of $22 per hour, plus up to a $6,000 hiring bonus in many locations. No experience is necessary, and all training is provided. Officers receive a salary and are immediately eligible for benefits, including health insurance, retirement, and paid time off, plus a free college tuition waiver. Visit FLDOCjobs.com to apply today. That's FLDOCjobs.com.
You work hard to provide a better life for your family. The only problem is that you now have a tax bill that you can't afford to pay. The IRS is now threatening to garnish your wages and put a levy on your bank account. You can't ignore the IRS. They won't go away on their own. You need help, and you need it now. Call the Tax Pros at United Tax Fix today. Call 800-762-2768. That's 800-762-2768.
Hey Gator fans! D&D Advertising has the new 2025 football schedules ready for pickup at these fine businesses. Precision Mobile Mechanic LLC, Coconut Salon and Barbershop, Clear Sound Audiology, Rinwood Antiques, Pools and More, Santa Fe Title Company, Mobile RV Techs LLC, and Holy Trinity Episcopal School. Please patronize these fine businesses as they are an asset to the community. D&D Advertising Enterprises is not licensed, affiliated with, or endorsed by any university, sports institution, or program unless specifically stated in writing. No proceeds from any of the funds collected will be given to any educational institution or sports team. We are not responsible for any schedule changes made after printing.
Every Gator football game all season long, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
What? Okay, we're back on the Sports Lab. This is Laura Miguel and Luis Rodriguez here on Sports Lab WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM. You guys, we want to hear what you have to say. So go ahead, give us a call at 352-392-8255 or leave us a comment on WRUF Home of the Gators on YouTube. We always want to hear what you guys have to say. It can get really interesting, so it's very encouraged. Especially, I feel like we could get a few extra in this segment. I'm going to talk about Billy Napier a little bit.
Yeah.
Or as much as we can get in. Because he is on a piping hot seat right now. And one of the biggest things that has put him there is his play calling. Here's what he had to say about it.
Well, we left about 150 yards of offense out there, so we're close to getting points on several occasions. And I think if you pair that with the type of defensive performance we have, I think you get a different result. We gave them a pick six. We gave them 3 right before the half. And then we threw an interception right on the kick line right there when it was a 10-point game. So to me, in my mind, that's 13 points. So I think that if you do that the other way, that'll get you a win.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to say that, doing this or that will get you a win when it comes down to play calling, but is he not the one calling said plays?
Definitely, but like we said on the LSU game, like I said, it wasn't his fault too much. But also, going back to Jaden Ball and the running game, my man, if you have those kind of talents in the backfield, you need to be able to run the football. How do you win championships? How do you compete? You have a running game and you have a defense. And I feel Florida has both. The thing is like being able to explode the talent that you have on both sides and being able to just use them the way they're supposed to be used, in my opinion. Florida has a great talent from top to bottom. They are able to compete in this game, and they are able to show up. It's just able to executing the best game plan possible. Like, there's no margin of error in this game at all for Florida.
There's no margin of error for Florida, and there's no margin of error for Billy Napier.
Yeah.
Can you, I'm sorry. I would take something, anything. And at this point, I just really need to hear that. So right now we have someone who wants to hear it. Let's hear what they have to say. You're on with WRUF Sports Lab. How we doing?
Is this me?
Yeah.
Got me? Yeah, I appreciate it. On. Usually I call in the Dooley and Dozo show, so this is my first call to you guys. I'm 72 years old, been a college sports fan for 50 years, and I really don't have a dog in the hunt in the SEC, but I live here in Ocala, so I get to Gainesville a lot. But to be objective, I think, just looking at it, I think you got two people that we've been talking about that In the case of Billy, I think he's a level above his competency. I'm sure you kids in the school have talked about the Peter principle, where you go to a level above your competency. A lot of great assistant coaches or smaller program coaches, when they go to Power 4, and particularly the SEC, it's a whole new animal, and they just can't get their arms around it. And I think that's what we're seeing in Billy. I don't think the Gators can win more than 4 games this year.
Thank you for your input, and thanks so much for calling to the Sports Lab. So we got a little bit more input from that caller, and I couldn't agree more. I think that Billy might be a little bit in over his head. What would you say?
Probably.
I think he's out of his range. This is out of his comfort zone. I'm not saying that he doesn't know how to know the game of football and know how to call plays. Yeah. I just don't think that he can do it with the Florida Gators. I think that he's in over his head. I think that having the record that he has, 28-21. Are you serious? Come on. All right, like, we kick people out for way worse. I mean, I'm going to give you the perfect example right now. Muschamp, 28-21. Still a better record. Loses 4 games, he's out. Same thing with Mullen. If you want to hold the winning culture that UF has, then why aren't you doing so? If you're going to throw guys out for that who had a better record and were able to not lose to more teams that were under 500, like Billy is right now, then why is he still here?
Yeah, definitely. They all like, I know Muschamp was 17-15 in conference play, but they were all positive in SEC conference play. Like Dan Mullen was 21-13. Gene McElwain, that's how you pronounce it. McElwain was 16-6. Yeah, just gotta matter more in more of these rivalry games that pretty much he's on the hot seat, just to be able to execute and have this team playing good.
I just don't understand why Dan Mullen was held to a different standard when he was 31-15 and 21-13 in conference play, yet he was gone. And also the emotional aspect of it, I've never seen someone go and get on that field that way for the Gators since Urban Meyer, the way how red his face would get, how mad he would get, how into the game a head coach in an SEC football game is supposed to get. I have literally never seen that from Billy Napier. I've never seen get ejected from the game for all I care.
You want to see the fire in him?
I want to see him care. I want, like, pulling in DJ Lagway's helmet really close to have a little one-on-one conversation and brush his hair is not what an SEC football coach should be doing. He should be yelling at him. He should be telling him, this is what you're doing wrong. This is what you should be doing instead. Now go be better.
You know what's crazy? That's something that always people tells me, and a lot of coaches tells me when I was back in high school, that sometimes the team is a reflection from the coach. So that got to matter.
Couldn't agree more. Let's see what Tommy from Tampa has to say. Tommy, you're on with Sports Lab, WRUF.
Hey, how do we say that Billy Napier is the problem when you have DJ Lagway throwing 5 picks on Saturday, and still think that there's no idea to change the quarterback and put Tramell Jones in when you have $3.8 million of waste sitting there after getting your butt beat by LSU?
So, Tommy, do you think that it's more about a QB issue than a coach and play calling issue?
I think it's a both. I think there's play calling that's not going well, but I also think Billy Napier is not the reason 5 picks are getting thrown in the last drive of the game and throwing anything away they had to win a football game.
Do you think that if you change the head coach and change the play calling aspect of it, that those same 5 interceptions would be thrown?
I think so. I think you need to change your head coach. Stone-faced Billy is not the guy in Florida. You need someone like Lane Kiffin who's coming there with energy and that will have some emotion on that sideline. That sideline looks dead because Stone-faced Billy can't do anything about it.
Couldn't agree more. Thanks so much for calling in, Tommy. Really appreciate it. Fun fact, that was my brother. Tried to keep my cool.
Tommy from Tampa.
What a supportive guy. But that's what I'm saying. Like, even Tommy's a USF fan. Tommy was here for the USF game, so he had a great first time in the Swamp that game. But even he said, like, why isn't Billy mad? Why isn't he showing the emotion that the same way that, yes, Lane Kiffin will show or Brian Kelly will show? Look at how mad Brian Kelly got when someone asked about his offense. It's a viable question. We want to know the answer. Do you think that if someone asked Billy Napier why his offense sucks, that he would react the same way? He'd give you the same answer he gives every time. We're so close. We're really close. We're so close to really getting there. Getting where? To a win? To an emotional state that I've literally never seen from you in your 20-21 record? How about that? Maybe let's be a little closer to that. What is going to bring that fire out? Getting fired? Is that what brings the fire? You're on a piping hot seat right now. I don't even know how you're still sitting on it without getting absolutely burnt. But the fire that needs to come from you is not from that seat. It's the emotional state on the sideline where you yell at your players, you yell at your quarterback when he throws 5 interceptions. The gentle parenting and SEC coaching, that's never going to be okay with me.
I just feel that sometimes it's, like I just mentioned, the team is a reflection of your coach. And also not everybody has that fire. Not everybody has that competitive fire or, push through that. Couple coaches and even players have, like, remember Nick Saban and also
How
like
could I forget?
Yeah, Kirby Smart last year against the Gators in Georgia when Trevor Etienne got that penalty. How red his face had. He was as red as his shirt. So sometimes people don't have that kind of fire, and I think Billy doesn't have it. But I don't feel that it's the fire in him. It's just him being able to go game by game and call the perfect game, because from here to the end of the season, if he doesn't call the perfect game, Saturday might be the last time that we have a coach named Billy Napier on the swamp.
I can tell you right now, again, this Sports Lab with WRUF, I'm Laura Miguel, and this is Luis Rodriguez, but I can tell you right now that perfect game is not going to happen.
No.
I can tell you right now that out of his 20 wins, there wasn't even a perfect play calling game in any of those. I think he relied on the talent that he knows his players possess. He just can't execute his players' talent. And that has been obvious for a very long time. And I'm not going to act like he's a fantastic, amazing, great coach when he has players who have the same amount of talent as anyone in the SEC, as anyone in all of college football, but he can't execute their talent effectively. And that's what I think is the most obvious when it comes to a head coach, that he is not able to do so.
Yeah. Well, I think there's some possibility. We have another caller right here.
Yeah, we have another caller. We have Jose here to talk about Gator football. How are you feeling?
How you doing, Jose?
Hey, I'm good, man. How are you?
Good.
I just wanted to talk about Florida football and when the Dogs roll into Jacksonville.
Yeah, go ahead.
And what y'all think will happen there?
Great question. And here's what I think. I will tell you right now that at the greatest cocktail party in the country, that the Gators will have more fight in them depending on how this weekend goes. Because how this weekend goes and Billy Napier's future with the program will be depicted after this weekend. I wholeheartedly think so.
But we're far from that.
We're really not that far. We have
so?
a bye week, and then it's Texas, A&M, and then, that's when Jabbar Julik is off of his suspension.
Yeah.
Then you go into even more games. You got Kentucky, you got Ole Miss, you got Georgia. Like, it's not like the fleet is ever going to stop. So when it comes to the Georgia and the Florida-Georgia game, down in Jacksonville for the first time until they go to Georgia and then they go to Tampa, then back to Jacksonville, I think that the Gators are not going to perform as well as we'd like them to. And we're going to talk about it a little bit more in the next segment, but right now we're going to head to a quick break. Again, this is Lauren McGill, Luis Rodriguez on the Sports Lab for WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Sophia Alamo. The Florida Gators will try to do something this weekend they haven't done since the 1980s, win in Miami. They prepare to take on the number 4 ranked Canes after 2 straight losses. Coach Billy Napier says no matter the outcome, the Gators promise an unforgettable game.
This game is full of marquee matchups. I think there's really good players on both sides, and it's going to be a fun one to watch, And I think these are the games you come to play in as a competitor. When you sign up to be a player here, these are the ones that you look forward to.
Fans can tune in for kickoff at 7:44 p.m. Eastern Time on ABC. Florida Volleyball gets back into action tonight after a record of 7 straight wins in the O-Dome to face Marquette in Milwaukee. The number 15 Gators are coming off a sweep of number 20 Baylor on Sunday. First serve is set for 7 p.m.
Hi, this is Dr. Art Mowry of Exceptional Dentistry. Listen to what our clients have to say about their experience at Exceptional Dentistry.
I'm a courier for Campus Credit Union, so I listen to the radio while I'm driving, and I had some missing teeth, and I kept putting it off, and then I kept hearing those commercials and hearing the people talk about how great everyone was here. So I made the move and called, and everything they said is true. There's one lady that talks about how wonderful everybody was, and she got implants and how easy they are to clean and take in and out. And there's one guy that says he's 70-something years old and he can eat anything he wants. And just just good, positive stuff.
This is Dr. Kim Mowry, and if you think you have dental problems that are too big to overcome, we're here for you. Please visit us at exceptionaldentistry.com. That's exceptionaldentistry.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
A couple of popcorn showers have popped up west of I-75, and they'll still be possible through the evening hours by most spots, staying mostly sunny through the evening. Then mostly clear to start off our overnight. Patchy fog, though, possible before daybreak tomorrow. Low temperatures to start off our Saturday near 70. Saturday afternoon is looking good. Mostly sunny skies. A breeze again from the northeast gusting to 20 miles an hour. Highs near 90. From the WUFT Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Megan Borowski.
The Extra Point with Steve Russell. Saturdays after Gator football. Right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
We are back for our last segment on the Sports Lab right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM. And Lauren, before we move on to SEC schedule and the games to see this weekend, we have a caller. We got JD that he want to talk about more about the game. So JD, tell us what you think about the game. What are your thoughts? And yeah, what?
I don't give us much of a chance, and I kind of echo everything that you guys have said. But let me put a qualifier in there. Mm-hmm. I was a freshman in 1966. That tells you how old I am. And there's a lot of water over the dam. I can remember back in those years before we never won anything. It was always wait till next year, wait till next year, and next year never came, and then it did come. And now we've been into another 15 years of a dry season. I like to see some passion. I agree with what you're saying. I want to see some passion. I'm ready to suit up and go hit somebody. And I'm 70-something years old. But I will say this. Let's hold the horses, please, on firing the guy till the end of the season. I mean, I don't see any positive from that. I don't know who you'd get out of that staff to coach and what would make that any better other than probably a good number of your kids are probably going to hit the transfer portal as soon as he's fired. So you can fire him at the end of the season. I don't see the big rush for that. I mean, look, that I was just as frustrated last year after 3 games as I am now, and I have fan fatigue.
Yeah.
And I would have said, yeah, let's do it. But then look what happened. I mean, DJ Lagway is lost. He's lost, and that's on the coaching. That is on the coaching staff.
And I hear you, JD. I really do. Thanks for calling in today. We really appreciate your call. But something that I, am going to take away from what he said, yes, the firing midseason, what's that going to do? The only thing that I can see it doing is giving the play calling up to someone else. Billy Napier doesn't need to be fired midseason if he just gave up the play calling. And I stand by that. I think it's worse if you fire him midseason because who you going to bring midseason that's going to be able to just restage and build this Gators team? Well, you can't bring a head coach midseason. You can't. You can't. But when a coach leaves, their players have 30 days to decide if they want to leave too. But if he was fired right now, that gives them that time. But if you fire him after Florida, Georgia, it's not the same thing anymore. And the only reason that I'd be saying do it sooner than later is because you have a lot more games before Florida, Georgia that almost mean more. Yes, that rivalry is huge, one of the biggest in the SEC, if not the biggest. But I think that they would take some wins over, like this season, over having to give it the play calling to someone else, and Billy Napier won't do that. If you want to wait to fire him, fine. Don't let him call the plays anymore. I don't care. Don't let him call the plays anymore, and he can stay. He can recruit all he wants because he's great at that, but the play calling, not so much.
No.
But we need to steer away a little bit because I feel like my face is getting red having to talk about him so much. So let's take a look at the SEC, some games that we're really looking forward to. For me, number 1 is going to be Auburn, Oklahoma.
Definitely.
You got number 22, Auburn, facing number 11, Oklahoma, going in there. And the biggest storyline that I see here is Jackson Arnold going back to that Sooner State, and where they didn't seem too happy to even, or too sad to even lose him. And he's thrived in Auburn 100%. No one can contest that. But John Mateer is a better quarterback than he is. John Mateer is insane. I was looking at Carson Beck's numbers, and it was 872. Wow, that's really, really good. What an awesome quarterback. John Mateer's 944. 3 games in. Are you joking? John, like right now, he's my top 3 for a Heisman. Take out DJ, take out Arch. Lord knows he can't do anything. 11-25 last week against UTEP.
Yeah.
I don't even care. Take out Lenore, whatever. Garrett Nussmeier on the ground right now. John Mateer, number 1.
Carson Beck?
He's not in the SEC. I'm talking about SEC.
Oh, yeah. But, I mean, you talk about Heisman.
I'm talking about Heisman from SEC perspective.
Okay. Yeah, I mean.
Because I would have had DJ and Arch in there. I would have had Garrett in there. I would have had Lenore Sellers in there, which right now he's questionable when it comes to that South Carolina game. But sticking on Auburn, Oklahoma just a little bit longer, I mean, I think that this is going to be such a competitive game because Jackson feels like he has something to prove. But ultimately, Oklahoma is going to come out of that a winner because of John Mateer. He is so impressive. It's honestly amazing to me. The Washington State transfer walked into the Sooner State and took Jackson Arnold's spot, making them forget he was ever even on that team. And impressive is not even to cover it.
I just know that one is going to lose and going to have a 3-1, and the other one's going to be 4-0. These are really good teams. Auburn hasn't been this good in a while, I feel. Every time we talk about Auburn, they always go back to like, oh, how come Newton, it was good, and you know, or they talk about the kick 6, and now Auburn's, I think they're back on the SEC good teams talk.
I don't even feel like that way though, because they're 3-0, but their wins weren't even really that awesome. Like, I will say that their defensive front, I'm a fan of it. It's not bad, but that back 7 almost makes me think that's nothing compared to John Mateer. Like, what John Mateer and his offense is going to put on that back 7 in Auburn's defense is going to make them wish that they had never entered Oklahoma. They, like the Suey, oh my God. They're done. They're out. They're gone. Right. Jackson Arnold compared to John Mateer is nothing. Their defense compared to Oklahoma's, nada. And I don't think it'll even be that tough of a competition. It'll be a great game. Yeah. It'll be very interesting to watch. I think it'll be an exciting game. Yeah. But considering that the Sooners' defense is just allowing 181 yards per game so far.
It's pretty impressive.
That is pretty impressive. And Auburn can't say the same. Yeah. Moving on to that South Carolina-Mizzou game that we were talking about earlier. South Carolina unranked after losing to Vanderbilt last week, but Lenore Sellers did go out halfway through the game after, getting targeted. I mean, Langston Patterson, it's a hard full name to say. Langston Patterson did target him, and he was ejected from the game, and Lenore Sellers was out. Previously, on the availability report, he was listed as, TBD, questionable. But now he's probable, which makes me think that he is going to play. Yeah. Question is he going to be able to come in and be 100% against number 23 Mizzou?
Definitely. Missouri's 4 in defensive third down percentage, so that's pretty good, too. I feel that they always have a good defense. Missouri and South Carolina. South Carolina is 12 in the FBS in red zone defense, too. So it might be a battle of the defenses in this game. Just being able to go back and forth and how many points they can score. I think those two matchups, I think the Auburn and Oklahoma is more entertaining because of the names and how they're doing this year. But don't sleep on Missouri and South Carolina because rivalry games are always, always, always good.
Yeah, it's not even that these two would be rivals. It's that these are the games where it's like SEC Definitely. Versus SEC that I SEC think rival. Are going, like you're talking just like SEC in general.
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to say South Carolina and Missouri are not rivals. Mm-hmm. But I think that Shane Beamer is going to walk into their stadium, and he has the advantage, and I'll tell you why. He knows Jackson Arnold. He knows I'm talking about Oklahoma again. Oh, I'm just so excited about Oklahoma. Let's go back to Oklahoma and Auburn.
You want to go back to Oklahoma?
Mizzou and South Carolina, whatever. Going back to Oklahoma, Auburn, that's it. Shane Beamer is, South Carolina's head coach, so whatever. But Oklahoma has that advantage because they know this quarterback. They've seen how he plays. They've seen his run game. They see his restriction that he may have when it comes to if he's going to run the ball or if he's going to pass it off. But I know that Jackson Arnold is a good quarterback. Again, John Mateer is just better. But this Oklahoma defense knows how to defend guys like Jackson Arnold. Their receivers and their running backs know how to kind of pick up what he's doing and be able to push it forward when they're on offense. So I think that that's why it's going to be so much more competitive. I think that that's where College Game Day should be instead, but whatever.
We on the spot. The Gators are on the spotlight.
And not like it's for a good reason.
But it's a rivalry game, too.
I just honestly think that Pat McAfee wanted a trip down to Coral Gables, and they said, let's go there.
You know, it's funny. I was watching the Pat McAfee show before getting here, and you can have Nick Saban is the only guy that be in Miami wearing a suit at 12 noon.
Because he is a poised man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Poised man, like he actually has the fire that you ask from Billy Napier, right?
Yeah.
That's the type of coach
it seems like every coach and their mom does, except for him. Before we wrap it up real quick, your prediction for Miami.
My prediction from Miami, Florida. Well, last week I said that the Florida Gators are going to lose the next 4 games. I'm 1-0. So this week I might be 2-0. So Miami's going to win by. They're going to put a 30 piece. It's going to be a close game, but I think they're going to lose. They're going to win like 30-24. I'm
going to change my initial one. It's going to be 34-27. But that's going to wrap it up here on the Sports Lab here on 98.1 FM, 850 AM. Your home of the Gators. I'm Lauren McGill, and that is Luis Rodriguez. Have a fantastic weekend from the University of Florida Journalism School. This is Sports Lab.
Let's go.
Swamps don't scare us.
In fact, it's our home.
Your home for Gator football. WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
WRUF.
Powered by ESPN.
Florida is kayaking country. Kayaks are a great vessel for exploring the state's beautiful waterways, but it's important to be prepared for the journey, regardless of your experience level. Get your boater education and learn about you and your craft's abilities. It'll help you have a safer, more enjoyable time on the water. Before you go, know your limits and always wear your life jacket. Safe boating is no accident. To learn more, visit the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission at myfwc.com.
Hey, Gator fans! D&D Advertising has the new 2025 football schedules ready for pickup at these fine businesses: Gross Septic, Connections Car Audio, Earth Origins Market, Ward's Supermarket, Ivy League Landscapes, Grainer Electric, the Gables of Gainesville Assisted Living and Memory Care, and North Central Florida Driving. Please patronize these fine businesses as they are an asset to the community. D&D Advertising Enterprises is not licensed, affiliated with, or endorsed by any university, sports institution, or program unless specifically stated in writing.